Chapter 2222. At that moment in the universe, many major forces also heard the news and were discussing it. I didn't expect that Wu Wudi would be the one who benefited the most this time. Even the human race was fooled by him, and all the benefits were taken away by him. A saint sighed. No one expected that the one who benefited the most from this extermination operation was a mortal. This kid was so bold that he even dared to pull a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. Who knows what Wu Wudi's background is? No matter how much he benefits, he's still a human after all. He's always beneficial to the human race, so didn't you see that the group of human race saints weren't too angry? That's true. Even if this kid causes trouble everywhere, he's still a human after all. If it's a critical moment, he'll definitely help the human race. This is a great hidden danger for us other races. Some saints were discussing it. It said that this kid plundered the entire illusory race's treasury. Needless to say, there are many treasures, but the most important one is the trump card that the illusory race carefully prepared, the cursed black coffin. One of the saints said in a low voice, "This secret treasure was obtained by the illusory race at a great cost in the Forbidden Darkness Zone. It contains a terrifying curse power and can be said to be the source of all evil. Originally, the illusory race planned to use this secret treasure at a critical moment to catch the human race off guard. The power inside is enough to kill an expert of the invincible saint level. Now that this secret treasure has fallen into Wu Wudi's hands, it's a very serious matter. It's definitely a ticking time bomb. No one knows when he'll use it, so everyone must remember this." His expression was very solemn. "Indeed, I've also heard this news. It said that if Wu Wudi hadn't stolen that secret treasure in time, the human race would have suffered heavy losses this time. Maybe even a few invincible saints would have fallen. It's really a pity. The name of this secret treasure sounds ominous. Although it's very difficult to control, it has the power to perish together with the enemy. If it suddenly explodes in the headquarters of a race, there will definitely be countless deaths and injuries. We must find Wu Wudi's whereabouts. Such a tyrannical trump card must not fall into the hands of such a dangerous person, especially in the hands of the human race. That's right, such an artifact must be under our complete control in order to be at ease." Many of the sages looked solemn. They were extremely fearful of the secret treasure, the cursed black coffin. It was a treasure that could even kill an invincible sage. It was simply a great killing weapon. Even if it was difficult to control, it would be a huge deterrent to the enemy at the critical moment, just like a nuclear bomb. If they couldn't control such a treasure, they would face great threats at all times. No matter what, they had to find Wu Wudi and snatch the cursed black coffin back. In the Abyss world, many abyssal demons gathered together for a meeting. The destruction of the illusion race was a huge blow to the entire Abyss. Damn it, how could this happen? Didn't they say that the illusory race hid themselves very well? Why were they discovered by the human race, and the entire race was exterminated? Isn't that right? The war is imminent, and the illusory race has been annihilated. This is a huge blow to us. It's like losing an arm. How could we not have heard about this beforehand? Without the help of the illusion race, it will be very inconvenient for us to invade the universe. It will ruin many of our plans, and even affect our chances of victory. Many abyssal demons gritted their teeth. They were very unwilling. After all, the illusion race had helped the Abyss too much. Whether it was their strength or the special abilities they possessed, they were all what the Abyss needed. They were the best scouts and spies. With the help of the illusion race, the Abyss chances of victory would increase by at least 10%. But now, the illusion race was completely finished. Why did the leader stop us from helping the illusion race? If we had acted then, the illusion race might not have been annihilated. Some abyssal demons asked unwillingly. Don't joke around. This time, the human race came prepared. They turned out in full force. Their goal was to make sure nothing went wrong. Didn't you see that the few old antiques of the human race didn't act? Their goal was to prevent us from acting. If we dared to act, we would immediately be struck by lightning, and countless would die. Indeed. Later, The human race actually took out the demons subduing Pagoda and easily suppressed that idiot Orishch. If we had acted rashly, we would have ended up like Orishch. This time, the human race not only wants to annihilate the illusion race, but also a part of the abyss strength. We cannot let them succeed. Yes, it is because he sensed this danger that the leader stopped us from helping. Otherwise, we might have fallen into the trap and died along with the illusion race. Damn the human race. One day, we will destroy them. Since the primordial age, the human race has been the most despicable. They are also the enemies who have killed the most of the abyss. Many abyssal demons clenched their fists in anger. They were not brainless creatures. Even if they knew that this was a trap, they would not fall into it. After weighing the pros and cons, they still chose to give up on the illusion race. After all, they could not let the abyss lose all of its strength. Actually, I feel that all of this is because of that human race Wu-Wuti. If not for that brat leaking information about the illusion race, the human race would not have found the existence of the illusion realm so quickly, and the illusion race would not have been annihilated. An abyssal demon shouted angrily. It's that bastard Wu-Wuti again. Previously, he destroyed our abyss altar again and killed a few of our comrades. We have not even settled the score with him. Now, he actually destroyed the universe race that was corrupted by the abyss. This is outrageous. This person must die. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble he will bring to us. A few abyssal demons clenched their teeth. Their hatred for Wu-Wuti had reached its peak. This human had ruined their plans time and time again, causing them to suffer heavy losses. This kind of behavior was intolerable. Say no more. Mobilize all our forces and find the whereabouts of that human race Wu-Wuti. Kill him. He killed so many of our immortal demons and caused the annihilation of the illusion race. Our abyss plans have suffered a serious setback. This human can live even if he wants to. We must find him and skin him alive. Also, we must find his secret treasure, the cursed black coffin. The leaders have coveted this secret treasure for a long time. If they were not trapped in the abyss, they would have snatched it long ago. It can be said that once such a secret treasure is obtained, it will definitely be a great killing weapon. It can kill thousands of races in the universe. Many abyssal demons were filled with terrifying killing intent and hatred. This time, they were determined to find Wu-Wuti and destroy this bastard. They could not let him continue to stir up shit. Chapter 22-23. At this moment, in the space of the mountain river Pearl. Xia Ping brought Sophia into the space of the mountain river Pearl. Master, this is a near-ancient saint who has comprehended the law of space. Will there be any trouble bringing her into the space of the mountain river Pearl? The green ox asked worriedly. It's fine. She has already been affected by my soul seal technique. Her life and death are already in my hands. There's no need to worry, Xia Ping said calmly, indicating that there was no need to worry. Soul seal technique? Is it the unique secret technique of the famous blood soul saint from the ancient era? The green ox was shocked. It is said that he used this secret technique to enslave some saints, causing many saints to panic. In the end, because he was too overbearing and unscrupulous, he became the target of public criticism. He was besieged by many saints and died tragically. He had also heard some news about the blood soul saint. He was a powerful saint who was as famous as his old master, the mountain river saint. He was even more terrifying and had a terrible reputation. However, the blood soul saint's secret technique to enslave saints was enough to make countless saints drool. Once he obtained it, his forces would immediately increase greatly. You guessed correctly, so there's nothing to worry about. Xia Ping nodded. Under the control of the soul seal, all of Sophia's thoughts could not be hidden. Of course, the most terrifying thing about the soul seal was not absolute control, but the constant brainwashing and subconscious influence. The longer it lasted, the more difficult it was to get rid of the control. I see. Then I'm relieved. The green ox was very excited. If it was the soul seal technique, then there was indeed nothing to worry about. However, he did not expect his master to have mastered such a terrifying spiritual secret technique. He was clearly an immortal saint, but he had actually enslaved a near-ancient saint. If this spread, who knew how many people would be scared to death? No, it would not be as simple as being scared to death. His master would probably become the target of public criticism, like the blood soul saint from the ancient era. After all, who would not be worried about being enslaved by others and never being able to get rid of it? He's getting more and more powerful. Corinne was also very emotional. His old master, the Star Saints, was only an immortal saint, but now Xia Ping had actually enslaved a near-ancient saint. This had already surpassed his old master. It was really too much. If the saints of the myriad stars knew about this, they would probably be extremely gratified that their inheritance had not been severed. After all, its old master had never thought of such a thing, let alone enslaving it. Make arrangements for Sophia. Give her a place to recuperate. Also, there are some people from the illusion race around her. Remember to keep an eye on them. Don't let them cause any trouble. Xia Ping ordered. Don't worry, within the space of the bead of mountains and rivers, no one will be able to act presumptuously. The green ox was filled with confidence. All right, then I'll go into seclusion. I'll leave the rest to you. After saying this, Xia Ping left the place and went to a quiet room that he usually used for seclusion. As a result, the green ox arranged for Sophia to stay in a valley in the space of the pearl of mountains and rivers. It also built a simple city there. After all, it was too easy to build a city with nano-level intelligent robots, engineering robots, and so on. As long as there were enough materials and energy, it wouldn't even take half a day. Alright, from now on, this will be the place where your illusion clan will live. The Green Bull said to Sophia. Thank you, Lord Chief. Sophia nodded, indicating that she had no objections. Hearing this, the Green Bull was very satisfied. A near-ancient saint was so respectful to it. It seemed that this person had been completely subdued by its master. Alright, I still have something to do. There are still many spiritual herbs that need to be planted. If you have any other requests, you can let me know. After saying this, the Green Bull left. This time, Xia Ping had plundered a large number of spiritual herbs from the illusion race's treasury. There were even holy herbs. These were all extremely precious treasures. It still needed to be carefully planted. This was a very important task. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Seeing the Green Bull leave, Sophia waved her hand. Immediately, the elites of the Lawrence family, who were staying in her spatial treasure, flew out. Among them was Emma. These elites were actually all women of the Lawrence family. There was not a single man. For Sophia, her most important family members were the younger generation of the Lawrence family. As for her relatives, parents, friends, and so on, they had long since passed away due to the exhaustion of their lifespans. In fact, she was currently the only ancestor-level figure in the Lawrence family. After all, there were too few people who could become immortal saints. Among her peers, only Minerva was able to become a saint. If she couldn't become a saint, she would eventually be destroyed by time. But now, even Minerva was dead. This meant that even saints weren't immortal. Patriarch Sophia, are we completely safe now? Emma and the rest looked at Sophia anxiously. They knew how dangerous it was just now. The entire illusion world had been destroyed, and only a few had survived. If they weren't loved by Patriarch Sophia, they would have died with them. Even so, it didn't mean that they were safe now. After all, they were besieged by the human race. They were the top race in the universe. It wasn't that easy to escape. We're safe for now. But in the future, we must listen to Wu Wudi's orders. Now that I've recognized him as my master, you must listen to him too. Sophia said in a low voice. What? Emma and the others were shocked when they heard this. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. What kind of person was Sophia? She was a near-ancient saint who had comprehended the law of space. She was an immortal existence. Now, she had recognized a human as her master. It was unbelievable. What exactly happened? What method did Wu Wudi use to force their patriarch to lower his head and become his slave? For a moment, they were overwhelmed with emotions. Their minds were filled with endless thoughts. They were trying to figure out what had happened. But they couldn't disobey the patriarch's orders. After all, it was an order from a saint. They could only obey and not refuse. Yes, Patriarch. Emma and the others nodded, indicating that they would listen to Wu Wudi's orders in the future. They would recognize him as their master. Very well. In the future, this will be your place to live. Familiarize yourself with the environment here. Sophia pointed at the small city in front of them. Then she left. After the battle, she was almost killed by the power of the curse. She was seriously injured and needed some time to recover. Chapter 22-24. Xia Ping ignored the arrangements of Sophia and the others. He went to the quiet room where he cultivated in seclusion. Beep, beep. He had just entered the quiet room when the system's voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for attracting a large number of hatred from the illusion race, abyss demons, and other enemies. This time, you have obtained a total of 370 hatred crystals. I hope you will continue to work hard. 370 hatred crystals? Hearing this, Xia Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. He had 700 hatred crystals before, but in order to exchange for the world creation orb, he spent 100 hatred crystals, plus 370 hatred crystals. In other words, he now had a total of 970 hatred crystals, not far from 1,000 hatred crystals. Thinking of this, Xia Ping felt a little regretful. If he hadn't exchanged for the world creation orb, he would have reached 1,000 hatred crystals. That way, he would have been able to get a big gift from the system. However, it didn't matter. Now, there was only a difference of 30 hatred crystals. The distance wasn't very far, and it wouldn't take too long for him to meet the requirements of the system. He was still looking forward to the big gift from the system. He didn't know what kind of treasure it would give him. Soon, if I get another wave of hatred, I'll be able to get a big gift. Xia Ping was looking forward to it. However, he quickly let go of this matter, because no matter how important external objects were, they were not as important as his own cultivation. This was the foundation of everything, the foundation of everything. I wonder what the longevity pill feels like? Xia Ping grabbed with his big hand and immediately took out a large number of longevity pills from the storage space. These were obtained from the illusion race's treasury. The number was simply innumerable, like a mountain. These pills, which were supposed to be provided to the many sages of the illusion race, now all belonged to him. Suddenly, the longevity pills emitted a fascinating smell. Dense longevity runes appeared inside the pills, as if they were filled with an immortal aura, unfathomable. Ordinary people would be free from disease and disaster if they smelled such an aura, and their lives would be prolonged. If an ordinary cultivator in the Thunder Tribulation realm ate a longevity pill, his entire body would probably be filled to the brim. After all, this was a pill that only sages could take. If others wanted to eat it, they would not be able to take it. They would be courting death. It tastes good. It's a bit like peanuts, very crispy. Xia Ping grabbed a handful as if he was grabbing melon seeds, munching on them like a cow chewing on peonies. He directly swallowed these longevity pills. After that, he activated the sun furnace in his body, instantly devouring these longevity pills. Vast amounts of hellfire gushed forth from the depths of his body, instantly burning and refining these longevity pills. Crash! In an instant, these longevity pills were refined, producing a tremendous amount of life energy, as well as cosmos source energy. Moreover, it was extremely pure, without any impurities. To be honest, as a sempiternal realm primary stage cultivator, the amount of energy that Xia Ping was able to absorb at a time was extremely huge. It would take him countless years just to grow a single strand of his energy. Of course, this was nothing for immortal sages with infinite lifespans. However, if one wanted to increase their cultivation rapidly, it would be quite a torment. However, after swallowing these longevity pills, Xia Ping immediately discovered that the growth of his magic power was like flying an airplane, increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A single longevity pill was equivalent to 1,000 years' worth of magic power condensed by an immortal sage. 100 longevity pills were equivalent to 100,000 years' worth of magic power condensed by an immortal sage. One could very well imagine the amount of energy contained within. Xia Ping immediately felt a vast amount of cosmos source energy gushing out from the depths of his body, filling up every single corner of his body. His 9 great purple palace spaces were filled with dark golden magic power, almost to the brim. This was equivalent to increasing 100,000 years worth of magic power in one go, saving God knows how many years of effort. As expected of a longevity pill, the benefits it brings to cultivation are simply too great. Looks like even if I advance to the sage realm, my demand for resources will still be limitless. Xia Ping sighed. Swallowing 100 longevity pills was equivalent to 100,000 years worth of magic power. This was simply too much of a boost to his efficiency. There was no need for him to cultivate bitterly and painstakingly. Therefore, many undying sages would enter seclusion for millions or even tens of millions of years. They did not have too many resources and could only rely on bitter cultivation. This way, the efficiency would be too low. If not for the fact that he had plundered a large amount of pills from the illusion race's treasury, he would most likely follow in the same footsteps. Honestly speaking, he could not bear such a thing. Devour, continue devouring. Xia Ping was extremely extravagant, as if he did not need money. He devoured one longevity pill after another, refining them rapidly. Even undying sages would be green with envy upon seeing this scene. The heavens were truly unfair. 100 longevity pills, 200 longevity pills, 300 longevity pills, 500 longevity pills. When he devoured 1,000 longevity pills, an incomparably vast amount of energy surged into his body like a raging ocean, almost filling up the entire space within Xia Ping's body. This amount of energy was simply too vast. It was simply the magic power that an undying sage had cultivated for millions of years. I'm about to break through. After an unknown period of time, Xia Ping's heart thumped. He could feel a dark golden door in the depths of his sea of consciousness being shattered by the vast amount of cosmos source energy. In an instant he had stepped into a new realm. Sempiternal middle stage. He felt that entering the sempiternal middle stage was just a matter of time. After all, there were not too many bottlenecks. All he had to do was condense his magic power and devour the universe source energy. Now that he had devoured over 1,000 longevity pills, it was equivalent to using up a shocking amount of wealth. Thus, it was only natural for him to break through and enter the sempiternal middle stage. Rumble. After entering the sempiternal middle stage, Xia Ping immediately felt that his 9 purple mansions had doubled in size. His magic power had also increased by more than 9 times. If his magic power was only comparable to an ordinary sage in the past, then his current magic power had definitely surpassed most sages in the Near Ancient Era. Even those sages in the Near Ancient Era who had comprehended the law of space could not compare to the current Xia Ping. At the same time, his soul energy had also increased rapidly. The range of his divine sense had expanded to 20 light years. It was as if he could cover a small star region with a single thought. This feeling? Vaguely, Xia Ping could feel his divine sense permeating the void. He could sense countless dimensional spaces, and he could even permeate the void and comprehend a little bit about the essence of space. Immediately, strands of space energy seemed to fuse with his body, causing his body to undergo a unique change. It was as if it was about to crystallize and transform into space. Interesting. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He had a feeling that once he completely comprehended the essence of space, his strength would increase by more than 1,000 times. This was a qualitative change. Chapter 22-25. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Xia Ping swallowed the longevity pill and stabilized his sempiternal realm intermediate stage cultivation. Although he could continue to break through, in order to stabilize his foundation, he decided to control the speed of his breakthrough. After advancing to sempiternal realm intermediate stage, his magic power and divine sense power had increased significantly. At the same time, he had awakened hundreds of millions of golden crow cells in his body, bringing the total number of golden crow cells in his body to 8 billion. It could be said that his golden crow of hell bloodline was frighteningly thick. It wouldn't be long before he made a breakthrough. At this moment, Xia Ping's heart shook. He sensed that the golden slime in his body had also undergone a huge change. After a month of devouring and refining the cosmos gems, the golden slime had finally digested the 6 cosmos gems, taking all of their energy for itself. This had also allowed it to undergo a complete transformation. It was originally a low-grade saint artifact, but now it had risen to the peak of mid-grade saint artifact. In fact, it was just a step away from becoming a high-grade saint artifact. Just a little more? No, it seems like it's about to break through. Xia Ping felt a little regretful. He felt that the golden slime's evolution was over. If it could become a high-grade saint artifact, the golden slime would be many times stronger. But suddenly he sensed that the golden slime's aura had not stopped. It seemed to be brewing, like a volcano that was about to erupt. He activated the golden crow of Hell's Eye and looked through the golden slime's body. He saw thousands of restrictive arrays appearing in the depths of the golden slime's body. Cosmic laws were engraved in every corner of its body. The surroundings were filled with the powerful aura of laws, containing the endless mysteries of the universe. Life law, soul law, earth law, resonance law, space law, lightning law, ocean law, and many other cosmic laws were surging within the golden slime's body. These cosmic laws intertwined with one another, forming a cosmic network. They were different from one another, but at the same time, they fused together as if they were contradictory and unified. When the aura of these laws reached their peak, they seemed to fuse together completely, forming a chaotic state. High-grade saint artifact. Xia Ping immediately knew that the golden slime had advanced to high-grade saint artifact. Its body was filled with the dense power of laws, so dense that it was almost inseparable. Boom! In an instant, the golden slime's body suddenly exploded. It was like the beginning of the primal chaos, producing the Big Bang of the universe. A speck of spiritual light was born from the depths of the primal chaos. That was the aura of the soul, the first ray of spiritual light of life. This is the light of wisdom. Xia Ping's heart stirred. He could sense the aura of life and soul coming from the golden slime. It was as though the golden slime's body had come to life. The golden slime that was originally in the form of a bracelet suddenly underwent a huge change. It turned into a golden liquid and fell to the ground. Then, it quickly squirmed and turned into a cute little loli who was about 6 years old. She had long golden hair and a pair of round eyes that seemed to be able to speak. Her pupils were golden and her skin was smooth and creamy. She wore a gorgeous robe that looked like a dragon's robe. There were many patterns engraved on it, and there seemed to be dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and other divine beasts. It was majestic, noble, and elegant. This robe was also refined with special materials. It had the power of being impervious to water and fire. There were also many jewels on the robe. It was very luxurious and shone with the aura of jewels. On her little head, there was also a crown with 6 universe jewels engraved on it. They shone with a golden radiance. One look and one could tell that she was a nouveau riche. Her little feet were also wearing a pair of treasured shoes that were also engraved with precious jewels. One look and one could tell that they were priceless. If they were to be sold, they would be able to buy dozens of planets. She looked like a super nouveau riche loli that was formed from a pile of jewels. It was as though she was afraid that others wouldn't know that she was very rich. The golden slime was a little puzzled as she looked at her current appearance. She didn't seem to be very familiar with her current state. She blinked her big eyes and saw Xia Ping. She suddenly felt a sense of familiarity and peace of mind. She immediately pounced on him and hugged his thigh. It seems like she's going to transform into a human form. Xia Ping rubbed Xiao Jin's head curiously. He could see that Xiao Jin's eyes were currently moving. At this moment, Xiao Jin was no different from an ordinary life form. However, her knowledge was still like a blank piece of paper. She was like a newborn baby. She did not know much about the common sense of the world. However, after leveling up to a high-grade saint artifact, her power seems to have become even more unbelievable. Xia Ping could immediately sense a series of information regarding the golden slime's divine abilities coming from Xiao Jin. This was the mysterious power of the contract between him and the golden slime. Golden Slime Xiaojin, high-grade saint artifact. 6th divine ability, instant recovery. Undying body. Possesses an extremely powerful healing ability. As long as the wielder has a single breath left, the wielder's injuries can be slowly healed. This ability comes from the Life Stone. 7th divine ability, Soul Devour. Able to devour the soul power of the dead to continuously strengthen the wielder's soul essence, allowing it to continuously evolve. Possesses an extremely powerful ability to harm the undead. This ability comes from the Soul Stone. 8th divine ability, Overwhelming Thunderbolt. Able to summon out a sea of lightning to form an absolute domain of lightning. Like a lightning tribulation, it can blast the enemy to death. Extremely destructive power. Has a natural resistance against lightning-type divine abilities. This ability comes from the god of Lightning Stone. 9 divine abilities, Heaven Crystal Body. With this sword, you can turn into a heaven crystal body that is indestructible. You will be immune to all physical-type attacks for a time, and you will have an interval of 2 hours. This ability comes from Heaven Crystal Stone. 10th divine ability, Absolute Space. This is the storage space of the golden slime itself. The space inside is endless. It is the place where the golden slime's countless magic treasures are stored. It can evolve into a world of its own. Any object that comes into this space will be in a state of absolute stillness. No living creatures can be stored inside. This ability comes from the god of Material Stone. 11th divine ability, Sea God Authority. By activating Sea God Authority, the 4 seas can be sealed and all water-type life forms can be restrained. The strength of the sea will increase tenfold, like a fish in water. This ability comes from the Sea Calming Stone. Sensing the information of these divine abilities, Xia Ping could not help but sigh. Xiao Jin was becoming more and more monstrous. Devouring a type of cosmic gem would give him an additional divine ability. If he continued to grow, who knew what level Xiao Jin would reach? Please remember this book's domain name. 3rd Sect Leaders. Chapter 22-26. Within the space of the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers, there was a school. This was where many slave girls attended classes. Basically, Chong Xiaoqian and Tan Minglu would also come to this place to receive education. However, the two often skipped classes and were caught countless times. Damn it, I'm a Taodai, known as one of the 10 primordial beasts. I'm extremely savage, yet I have to go to school with a bunch of mortals and do homework. This is outrageous. Is there still any law? Tan Minglu gritted her teeth. She had 2 dark circles under her eyes, like a panda's. She had stayed up for a long time and played games the night before. She had wanted to laze in bed. However, thinking of Xia Ping's threat, she quickly got out of bed. If she angered Xia Ping, she would probably starve for a day, or even cut off her internet connection. This is nothing. I'm the king of the black hole insect race, a natural-born king, above millions. Only I can control others. No one can control me. But he was caught by that hateful regent as punishment for copying homework. It was too hateful. This was tyranny, torture. If I can ascend to the throne, the first thing I'll do is announce that teachers can't assign homework. I'll also punish that regent to clean the toilets every day without letting him rest. Chong Xiaoqian was furious and indignant. She was a king, but now she was extremely sullen. She was caught to go to school, punished to do homework, and even criticized by the teacher. This was simply the humiliation of being a king, a dark history. How about it? Should we rebel against this tyranny and oust this tyrant regent? We can't do that for now. The enemy is too powerful, and they have the advantage in numbers. We have to endure and advance step by step. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, but a villain's revenge is always at hand. That's right. If we rebel now, we might be suppressed in the blink of an eye. We're too weak. But it's not like we don't have a chance. The enemy is in the light, and we're in the dark. We can definitely collude with other brave warriors who are dissatisfied with this regent and overthrow his tyranny. There should be many people who are dissatisfied with this tyrant now. You didn't see it, especially those slave girls. They work for him every day without paying, and they only give them food to eat. This is exploiting child labor, it's illegal. But that bastard said that this isn't child labor. He didn't even pay, so how can it be child labor? Oh my God, he can even say such words. Profiteer, he is definitely a shameless profiteer, shameless to the extreme. It's a pity that we can't bring out our soldiers and brothers in the game. If we could bring them out, we'd definitely be able to scare the shit out of that bastard human and make him surrender immediately. Don't talk about those ungrateful bastards. If they don't pay, they'll run away faster than anyone else. Yeah, we're still short on money. That bastard Prince Regent only gives us a little pocket money every month, and it's not even enough to buy equipment. You're obviously overflowing with wealth, but you're unwilling to part with a single cent. Hee hee, the richer a person is, the stingier he is. I've seen through that bastard. He's so stingy. Chong Xiaoqian and Tan Menglu angrily discussed how to deal with the tyrant monarchs. They felt that this could not go on, or else they would continue to be oppressed and bullied. Bang. At this moment, because the discussion was too intense, Chong Xiaoqian walked to the door of the classroom and did not notice that there was a figure at the door. Just like that, she bumped into it. Oh, who is it? Who dares to block my path? Chong Xiaoqian felt as if she had bumped into a wall. Her head swelled, and she fell to the ground on her butt, crying out in pain. She raised her head, wanting to know which fellow dared to offend the majesty of the king. But just as she raised her head, she saw a dazzling golden light appear in front of her. It was as if the entire classroom was filled with golden light. It was so bright that she was almost blinded. Who is it? Who is so inconsiderate as to place a light bulb at the door? Chong Xiaoqian said angrily. No, it's not a light bulb. It's a person. Tan Minglu said. A person? Hearing this, Chong Xiaoqian stood up and was immediately stunned. She saw a golden-haired lowly who was about the same size as them appearing at the door. She looked like she was carved out of jade and was very cute. However, this golden-haired lowly was not ordinary. She was wearing a golden dress hung with gems, a crown engraved with cosmic gems on her head, and even the shoes she was wearing were shining with astonishing treasure light. They were priceless. She was dumbfounded and felt that this golden-haired lowly was simply a walking treasure trove. Just a few jewels were enough for her to buy countless pieces of game equipment. Tyrant. There was no doubt that this person was a super tyrant, the kind that was overflowing with wealth. And this golden-haired lowly was none other than the golden slime Xiao Jin. In order to let Xiao Jin gain some general knowledge about the universe, Xia Ping had also let her go to school with him and receive education from Green Cow and Corinne. Sorry, I was daydreaming at the door just now and accidentally bumped into you. Xiao Jin lowered his head and apologized. He was very polite and said very seriously, I'm the king of the slime race. My name is Xiao Jin, and I'm today's transfer student. In order to express my apology, I'll give you this emerald. I hope you don't mind. She grabbed with her small hand and immediately took out a fist-sized emerald. What was going on? Chong Xiaoqian was dumbfounded. A casual apology and he gave her an emerald. She knew the price of this emerald. If she sold it, it would be worth 100,000 universe dollars. 100,000 universe dollars was actually thrown out just like that, as if he was casually giving a reward to a servant. She was clearly the king of the black hole worm race, a king, but she was so poor that she couldn't even afford a few pieces of game equipment. Yet, the other party casually threw out 100,000 universe dollars as if money wasn't money. Suddenly, she involuntarily felt a wave of sadness in her heart. Why was there such a big gap between kings? Was there still justice? Why was she so poor, and why was this guy so rich? For a moment, she felt a strong hostility toward this golden-haired lowly. This was the instinctive anger and jealousy of the poor toward the tyrant. She felt that this kind of behavior was simply a humiliation to the king. Even if she was very poor, she still had dignity and definitely couldn't accept food that was wasted. Pa, let go of your stinking money. Don't think that you're amazing just because you have some money. Chong Xiaoqian said angrily. Hearing this, Xiao Jin scratched her head and said doubtfully, What? Why are you angry? Could it be that you don't have enough money? Are these enough? She waved her hand, and with a clattering sound, a small mountain of gemstones appeared in front of Chong Xiaoqian. They shone with a dazzling light and were simply blinding everyone's eyes. Seeing this scene, everyone in the classroom, including Chong Xiaoqian, Tan Minglu, and the others, were stunned. Please remember this book's domain name. Third Sect Leaders. Chapter 22-27. Before Chong Xiaoqian could react, Tan Minglu pounced on the pile of gemstones like a hungry dog, shouting excitedly, "Oh my God, how many gemstones are there? How much are they worth? How many pieces of equipment can they buy? When the time comes, I'll buy a godly equipment, throw a godly equipment, and give away another godly equipment. I'll be invincible. Who in the entire gaming server can be a match for me? If you still dare to be so arrogant, I'll beat you up immediately." Her face was flushed red as she rubbed against the pile of gemstones excitedly. Her little heart was greatly stimulated, and she felt happiness and satisfaction that she had never felt before. Chong Xiaoqian, who did not want the gemstones, was immediately stunned by the pile of gemstones. This was simply a windfall from the heavens. It was like sweet dew after a long drought. It was enough to fill up all sorts of deficits in the game, and there was even room for improvement. Ahem, I didn't expect you to be so sincere. In that case, I'll forgive you. Remember, don't do it again. If there's a next time, I'll really be angry, the kind that even I'm afraid of when I'm angry. Chong Xiaoqian coughed, expressing that she was a magnanimous ruler. Offending her was a small matter, and it was not worth mentioning at all. These gemstones were treasures given to her by her subjects. After all, this was the authority of a ruler. She could accept these tributes with peace of mind. Thank you for forgiving me. Xiao Jin looked at Chong Xiaoqian and Tan Minglu innocently. You're called Xiao Jin, right? Very good. From now on, you'll be my best friend. I'll protect you in this school. If anyone dares to bully you, tell them my name immediately. I guarantee that they'll be scared shitless. Tan Minglu patted her chest and said in a domineering manner, expressing that she would protect Xiao Jin. I, Chong Xiaoqian, admire you very much. I can allow you to be the finance minister of my country in the future. You'll be in charge of all monetary transactions. Chong Xiaoqian nodded reservedly. She wanted Xiao Jin to be her finance minister. With such a tycoon as the finance minister of her country, would her country still lack money? He would probably be able to get a steady stream of money, and he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough money to spend. Kaka, I really am an extremely intelligent monarch to be able to think of such a brilliant plan in the blink of an eye. This is killing two birds with one stone. Chong Xiaoqian felt that she had gained great talent and foresight, and her future was bright. Yes, thank you for protecting me at school. Xiao Jin nodded obediently. Oh right, since you're our friend, I have a game I'd like to introduce to you. It's called Greatest King Competition. The three of us can form a team and sweep through that virtual online game world, becoming the true invincible kings. Tan Minglu immediately wanted to pull Xiao Jin into the group. Battle of the Kings? Game world? I don't really know what this is. Xiao Jin was confused. It's fine. This is a very simple matter. You'll understand once I teach you. Back then, Chong Xiaoqian was also a newbie. However, she quickly became a veteran. Tan Minglu expressed that it was not a big deal. Xiao Jin, I have to tell you this in advance. Chong Xiaoqian had a serious expression. Don't look down on it just because it's a game. Although it's very easy to get started, it's extremely difficult to play it well. The so-called threshold is behind the door. Back then, in order to play this game well, I spent a whole half a year. Half a year later, I finally learned a little bit of the game and became a top-notch expert. Furthermore, this is because I'm very talented. If it's those without talent, there's no need to talk about it. Even if you give them 10 years, they won't be able to improve. In this industry, it's all about comprehension and talent, understand? She stood with her hands behind her back. She looked up at the sky and sighed, as if she had experienced a lot of bloodshed. So there's actually so much knowledge in games. Looks like it's really broad and profound. It sounds very complicated. Xiao Jin nodded like a chick pecking at rice, indicating that he would treat it seriously and humbly accept all kinds of guidance. Not bad. You're very humble. You're worth teaching. Looks like you have some talent in games. Let's not talk too much. Enter the virtual world and set up an account first. Chong Xiaoqian felt that her vanity was greatly satisfied. This was what it felt like to be a teacher. Looking at Xiao Jin, she felt like she was looking at herself when she was still a newbie. Back then, she didn't know how long she had to struggle before she could achieve something insignificant in the game world. And now, Xiao Jin was her old self. She felt that she had a great responsibility to educate him. Enter the virtual world? But don't we have class later? Xiao Jin asked curiously. What class? Is class more important than playing games? Say no more, I'll take you to skip class today. Let's play a few classes on the roof of the teaching building first. Tan Minglu skipped class with Xiao Jin and Chong Xiaoqian and went straight to the roof. She then taught Xiao Jin how to set up an account in the virtual world and how to enter the game world. Wow, is this a virtual world game? It's so realistic, just like the real world. With Tan Minglu's guidance, Xiao Jin entered the game world and searched around like a curious baby. Of course. This game is one of the most popular games in the universe. It's 99.9% realistic and is popular in the universe. Realism is just the basic operation. Chong Xiaoqian was in high spirits and went forward to teach. After you enter the game, buy a few pieces of beginner equipment and arm yourself. Then go kill monsters and level up. After that, you'll leave the beginner village. Because we've played for a long time, we're all high-level players. After you leave the beginner village, we'll continue to help you level up. We'll team up to kill monsters and finally become the strongest king. After a while, Xiao Jin complained. This game is so hard. Why do I only lose 1 HP when I kill monsters, but monsters lose a lot of HP when they hit me? I've died a few times. Hearing this, Chong Xiaoqian sneered. I've already told you not to underestimate this game. There's a lot of knowledge in this game. How to move, block, attract aggro, kiting, circling, coordinating with teammates, and so on. These are all profound skills. You still have a lot to learn. Back then, I spent 2 weeks just to get out of the beginner village, and I only managed to grasp a little bit of it. You're still far from it? However, before Chong Xiaoqian could finish speaking, Xiao Jin's voice rang out again. Wow, there seems to be a shop here. There seems to be a lot of good equipment. There's even an explosion scroll. It says that one scroll can kill a bunch of monsters and level up quickly. Chapter 22-28. Hearing this, Chong Xiaoqian's expression changed drastically. She screamed in fear, Xiao Jin, don't be rash. That shop is a demon, a super demon. You can't open it. Once you open it, it will devour your money. It's a bottomless pit. You can't fall into that evil trap, or you won't be able to leave. Her face was filled with unbearable memories. However, before Chong Xiaoqian could finish her sentence, Xiao Jin's excited voice rang out again. Oh my god, this shop is really amazing. Those exploding scrolls and whatnot killed a whole bunch of those monsters. I seem to be leveling up really fast. One level after another. I can't stop at all. Chong Xiaoqian nodded. What? Chong Xiaoqian and Tan Minglu immediately looked over and brought up Xiao Jin's game screen. Xiao Jin was waiting in a valley in the novice village. This was the novice village's famous monster nest. Novice entering was a place where they would definitely die. This was known as the novice burial ground. Who knew how many people had left their bodies here filled with hatred? However, the valley had now become hell on earth. Little Gold held explosive scrolls and excitedly threw them towards the valley. The sky was filled with flying explosive scrolls. Bang bang bang. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of explosion scrolls exploded at the same time, killing all the monsters in the valley. They could not even last for a second. Even the boss in the valley was killed before it could come out. Beep beep beep, they could hear Xiao Jin leveling up from time to time. He received a large amount of experience. In just a few minutes, Xiao Jin had leveled up 10 times. This was the upper limit of the novice village. He could leave the novice village now. Then Xiao Jin shouted excitedly, "Ha, I leveled up. I leveled up again. It seems like I've reached the upper limit of the novice village. I can leave the novice village now." She turned around and looked at Chong Xiaoqian and Tan Minglu in confusion. "Strange, didn't you say it would take at least 2 weeks to leave the novice village? Why can I leave in just a few minutes? Tell me honestly, how many explosive scrolls did you buy just now?" Chong Xiaoqian asked. "Not many. I only bought 1,000. Originally, I wanted to buy 10,000, but before I could finish using them, all of them died." "How fragile." "One explosion killed a large number of them," Xiao Jin said with a sorrowful look on his face. 1,000? Hearing this, Chong Xiaoqian and Tan Minglu's mouths twitched, and their faces turned as black as charcoal. A single explosion scroll cost 100 universe credits, so 1,000 explosion scrolls would cost 100,000 universe credits. When they first saw this amount of money, they immediately cursed out loud. This game company was completely inhumane. No one would buy such a damned thing. With this money, they could just farm monsters for a few hours. There was no need to buy such a scam. However, they never thought that there would be such a spendthrift like Xiao Jin. Just to get out of the novice village, he actually went crazy and bought 1,000 explosion scrolls. He spent 100,000 universe dollars. He was too abnormal. He wasn't human at all. "Where did you get so much money?" Tan Minglu asked. She knew that Little Gold had countless gems on him, but if he wanted to exchange them for universe dollars, he needed a channel. This online game only required universe dollars and no other currency. "Master gave it to me. He gave me a black card. I think it's called the Universe Bank Black Card. I think I can just swipe money, so I swiped it. I didn't feel anything." Xiao Jin said honestly. "What? The Universe Bank Black Card? Isn't that the best VIP card in the universe? This card is simply the card of God. Its upper limit is 100 billion universe dollars. As long as you don't exceed this limit, you can swipe as much as you want." Tan Minglu was stunned. She didn't expect Xiao Jin to have a black card. This was a symbol of status. People like her Taotai clan didn't have a black card. This was because their credit was too bad. They couldn't even feed themselves, so how could they have money? The Universe Bank wouldn't do that. They would make a loss. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in this game just because you have money. I have to tell you a cruel truth. Chong Xiaoqian laughed coldly. The novice village is just the beginning. What's really important is after you leave the novice village. The monsters outside the novice village are more than 10 times stronger. Not only do they have strong defense, but they also have high health. Sometimes, you can't even kill a boss in an hour. Most importantly, after you leave the novice village, players can fight with each other. If they kill you, you'll drop equipment. Therefore, having good equipment won't be of much use. The key is still your mechanical skills and team battle awareness. Without these things, it will be difficult for you to advance in the game. She warned Xiao Jin. This game wasn't that simple. The later it was, the harder it would be. Sometimes, you wouldn't even be able to level up after a month. However, before Chong Xiaoqian could finish her sentence, Xiao Jin yelled excitedly, "Look! There are so many powerful pieces of equipment in the shop. Black gold armor, which increases defense by 99, dark gold spirit sword, which increases attack by 99, speed boots, which increases movement speed by 99, power ring, which increases strength by 99. Buy them all." "What?" When Chong Xiaoqian and Tan Minglu heard this, their faces turned green. These were all extremely powerful equipment. They were also known as universe dollars equipment. Any one of them was worth 100,000 universe dollars. Some were worth 500,000 universe dollars. If all these equipment were equipped, even if Xiao Jin was only a level 10 character, he would be able to challenge level 20 or even level 30 experts. He could even beat them up. When they first saw these equipment, their faces turned green. They couldn't afford it at all. Wow, killing monsters is so easy. Swish, 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 swish. It's like cutting grass. The damage is even critical hits. They die after one slash. They die again. They're all dead. how did I kill all these monsters in just a few seconds? Beeping sounds came from Xiao Jin's body. She leveled up crazily. In less than 10 minutes, she leveled up to level 20. She enjoyed all the experience here. She was even crazy enough to spend money to buy 10 times the experience card and 10 times the money card. Killing one monster was equivalent to killing 10 monsters. The money dropped was also 10 times the experience. However, such experience and money cards were also very expensive. They cost 100,000 universe dollars each and lasted for 2 hours. They were also known as nouveau riche cards. Those who weren't rich couldn't afford them at all. Seeing this, Cheng Xiaoqian and Tan Minglu. Chapter 22-29. One day later, Xiao Jin left the school in satisfaction. She expressed that she had a great time today and would come again tomorrow. 2 little Lolas were left on the roof with ashen faces. They looked like they had suffered a serious blow, twitching from time to time. Sob, I can't accept this. After a long time, Cheng Xiaoqian said in grief and indignation, why? I've worked so hard to play the game for more than half a year. I've teamed up with teams to clear dungeons every day. I haven't missed any activities. I've learned all kinds of game skills and watched all kinds of strategy videos. But she's caught up to us in just one day. That's too much. She recalled all the hardships she had gone through while playing the game. However, compared to Xiao Jin, her efforts seemed to be nothing. She couldn't compare to him playing for a day. Thinking of this, she was extremely furious and infuriated. It can't be helped. She bought a 10x experience card and 10x money card. Killing one monster is equivalent to killing 10 of us. Moreover, she doesn't need to form a team to share the experience. She can farm alone, so of course she can level up quickly. Tan Minglu's mouth twitched as she defended Xiao Jin's actions. If she doesn't form a team, who would want to form a team? The problem is that she can't farm monsters or dungeons alone. The monsters have high attack and HP. But this girl bought a bunch of universe coins equipment in the shop. She kills monsters like it's money. She can kill a bunch of monsters with 1 slash. Even the boss can't take 3 slashes from her. When those monsters hit her, she didn't lose a single bit of HP. Is there any justice in this world? At this point, Cheng Xiaoqian almost cried. She clearly remembered how hard it was when she fought monsters. In order to avoid the monsters' attacks, she had to learn all kinds of maneuvers and dodges. That kind of hard work went without saying. She had never worked so hard in her life. But now, she had learned all kinds of game skills. She was basically a noob. She just stood there and let the monsters hit her. She didn't lose a single drop of HP. She forcefully slaughtered the monsters, and with a few swishes, they were all annihilated. Why is there such a huge gap between people? Is there any justice? Is there any fairness? The most outrageous thing is that she actually paid those NPC mercenary groups to help her farm monsters. This is blatant cheating. This is too much. You can play like this just because you have money. Cheng Xiaoqian gritted her teeth. Normal people would only form a party to kill monsters together, but Xiao Jin was different. Relying on his money, he actually hired a game character to help him kill monsters, and he didn't need to share the experience. As expected, the level of Xiao Jin's character skyrocketed without stopping. Hee, don't worry. Killing monsters and looting treasures is only a part of the game. The most important thing is still PvP with other players. No matter how rich she is, she will be defeated if she meets other players. The most important thing in this game is game skills. She still has a lot to learn. Tan Minglu was still very stubborn and her expression was very stiff. Bullshit. It would have been better if you hadn't mentioned it. Now that you've mentioned it, I'm filled with anger. Cheng Xiaoqian said in a frenzy. Xiao Jin and I ran into a rival guild, the Shadow Wolves. Those guys came looking for trouble with us every day, and we often fought them to our heart's content. The leader of the Shadow Wolves is also a god-level player. We were bullied by them many times and formed a deep hatred. It can be said that we cannot live under the same sky. To be honest, even though there was enmity between the two sides, they were all working for their own masters. I was also very impressed with the leader of the Shadow Wolves. He had all sorts of moves like full moon steps, lover steps, and some sword skills. He was amazing. As expected of a god-level player who had dominated the gaming world for over a decade. Our skills can't compare to his. At that time, the leader of the Shadow Wolves was extremely arrogant in front of Xiao Jin. He wanted to do all kinds of fancy skills to tease Xiao Jin. He used all kinds of footwork, all kinds of flashes, and all kinds of skills. Who would have thought that Xiao Jin didn't even look and just used one slash? One slash. Just a light graze and a critical hit. The leader of the Shadow Wolves died. He was as fragile as a piece of paper, and all his equipment fell to the ground. You didn't hear the cry of the Shadow Wolves collapse. It was truly a scene of sorrow and sorrow. It was said that the equipment that dropped was something that their guild had spent a month killing bosses to finally get. Now it dropped with a single slash. A month's worth of hard work was all wasted. When the other members of the Shadow Wolves saw this, they also wanted to take revenge. However, they didn't expect Little Gold to charge forward and kill them all with a few more slashes. Their equipment fell to the ground, and they all became penniless. She could see the collapse of the Shadow Wolves. It must have left an unforgettable psychological scar in their hearts. They were clearly god-level players who had played for a long time and honed countless skills. However, they were brainlessly controlled by a noob and killed with a few slashes. It didn't take much effort. This is purely because Xiao Jin bought a dragon blade worth 30 million universe dollars. Its attributes are awesome, so it's normal for it to have a critical hit. Tan Minglu's face was as black as charcoal. Her hands were trembling. She couldn't hold on any longer. Yes, it's because she bought a dragon blade that she could easily kill a god-level gamer. She killed that Ace Game Guild until they cried for their parents as if they were chopping melons and vegetables. But in this way, what's the point of this game? It's not fun at all. Strong or not, can't you just buy a dragon blade? I don't want to play this game anymore. It's not fun at all. Chong Xiaoqian cried loudly. She felt that her many years of faith had completely collapsed. She felt that she had lost all interest in this game in an instant. She no longer had the feeling of being addicted to it. Through this incident, she realized that only rich people played games. They were played by games and played by rich people. Bastard Xiao Jin, you've really gone too far. Tan Minglu couldn't take it anymore and cursed, "What's so great about being rich? You can bully people like this just because you have money. You can do whatever you want in the game world just because you have money? Even if you can't bully people like this." She felt that Xiao Jin was deliberately sent over by that bastard's master, Xia Ping, to help them quit their online fantasies. It had to be said that it was very successful. They immediately lost interest in this game, as if they had lost all their fighting spirit. After all, they had worked hard for a few months, but they weren't even as good as him spending a bit of money. Even a god-level player was killed by him with a single slash. How could they play? In the future, I won't play games with such a tycoon even if I'm beaten to death. Chong Xiaoqian and Tan Minglu gritted their teeth and decided to resolutely refuse to play games with Xiao Jin again. Chapter 2230. Several days later, Xia Ping was cultivating peacefully in the space of the mountain River Pearl. Although it had only been a few days, his magic power and soul power had been strengthened, and he was getting closer and closer to the late stage of the sempiternal realm. He did not care about the situation of Xiao Jin and the others. In any case, nothing would happen to them if they stayed in the space of the mountain River Pearl. As for the arrangements of the illusion race and the others, he was even less concerned. Even their sage Sophia was completely under his control. Even if someone wanted to resist, they would not be able to cause any trouble. Not to mention, this was the space of the mountain River Pearl. Everything was under the control of the Green Ox. Originally, he wanted to find Qiushu and Su Mei, but after their cultivation broke through, they did not continue to stay in the space of the mountain River Pearl. Instead, they returned to Qianquan Star. This was because they still needed to continue adventuring and cultivating. Even though the space of the mountain River Pearl had a huge amount of resources to assist in their cultivation, they still needed to devour and refine them by themselves. Only then could they continue to achieve breakthroughs. Continuing to stay in a comfortable place like the space of the mountain river pearl would only make them lazy, which was not good for their cultivation in the future. Thus, they decided to continue adventuring in the universe. As for the many spirit herbs and sage herbs that Xia Ping had obtained, they were also arranged by the green ox. They were all planted in a medicinal garden in the space of the mountain river pearl. This had already become a sage herb garden. This place was set up with powerful restrictive arrays everywhere, and no one could enter easily. The green ox was extremely excited to see so many sage herbs. Even the mountain river sage did not obtain so many sage herbs at his peak. After all, to obtain a large number of sage herbs, not only did one need strength, but also luck. Sometimes, one would need to consume a portion of the sage herbs for cultivation, so there were not many left. No matter how powerful the mountain river sage was, he could not compare to a powerful race like the illusion race. Thus, it was natural that the number of sage herbs he obtained was less than the current Xia Ping. And on this day, the Treant race girl Ruth came to visit excitedly, saying that the Treant race's elder Richie had finally found the location of the tree realm. After spending so much time, has he finally found the tree realm? Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. Originally, the Treant race's elder Richie had said that it would take a few days to find the tree realm. However, he did not expect that after a few months, there would still be no news. Only today did Elder Richie of the Treant tribe announce that he had found the location of the tree realm. That's right. We finally found the tree world. The reason why we haven't been able to find the location of the tree world before was because the tree world's position was erratic and it roamed around. It has only stabilized today. Treant tribe Elder Richie said in a deep voice, indicating that he didn't expect that it would take so long. Erratic? Why is that? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows, feeling that this matter was very unusual. I'm not sure. However, I'm guessing that the tree kingdom is under attack. That's why it keeps moving. The Treant clan's elder's face was solemn. He felt that the Treant clan was in great danger. Otherwise, the tree realm wouldn't have moved around to avoid danger. More importantly, the Treant race's holy tree was on the brink of death. If it moved at all times, it would greatly deplete the holy tree's life force and cause the holy tree to enter the crisis of death. His heart was burning with anxiety, and he couldn't wait to find the tree world immediately. Where is the tree world? Xia Ping asked. It's about 300 million light-years away from here. Treant tribe elder Richie thought about it carefully and indicated that it was still relatively far from where Xia Ping was. It's a small matter. We'll arrive in a day, Xia Ping said calmly. He had a Saint-class spaceship like Multistar, which was so fast that it left people speechless. A mere 300 million light-years was nothing to him. That's good. Treant tribe elder Richie immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had found the Lord God's contractor. Otherwise, they might not have been able to survive this crisis. Another day passed. Under the guidance of the Treant race's elder Ricky, the stars quickly traveled through the universe, passing through the void and traversing 300 million light-years before finally arriving at the tree realm. We're here. That's the tree world. Treant tribe elder Richie suddenly pointed at the void in front of them. Upon hearing that, Xia Ping looked over and activated the Hell Golden Crow's eyes to see through the void. Soon, he saw a huge world hidden in the depths of the dimension. The huge world looked like a huge tree that stood tall and spanned over 100 light-years. Its roots and branches were extremely thick, and each of them was like a galaxy that stretched across the void. Thousands of roots pierced into the void as if they were communicating with countless dimensional worlds. They absorbed the dimensional energy and made it their own, as if they were constantly strengthening the tree world's power. The entire tree world emitted endless green light like a star, emitting eternal heat and life energy. It was like a great cosmic life form, like an ancient creature that had lived for an unknown period of time. Xia Ping's heart skipped a beat. He immediately sensed the greatness of the tree world. It was not as simple as a world. It was basically a great ancient life form that had lived for an unknown period of time. Meanwhile, the so-called Treant tribe was probably born from the depths of the tree world. They were only living beings that were attached to the tree world. Sensing such a life aura, the world tree in the depths of his sea of consciousness also trembled slightly. Every branch was trembling, producing a strong desire to devour. It simply wanted to take the tree world for itself. No, something's wrong. There's a huge problem with the tree world. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He sensed that the depths of the great tree world contained endless danger. It seemed like the depths of the tree world had been attacked by someone, and huge holes had appeared. Moreover, the branches and roots that were originally filled with life energy were all broken at this moment, as if they had been completely destroyed by some great power. Even with the power of the tree world, there was no way for it to recover in a short time. However, these were only ordinary injuries. He sensed that the most serious injury of the tree world was still in the depths of its soul. He could vaguely sense a powerful deathly aura coming from the depths of the tree world, as if it would die at any time. It was as if a strange power was devouring the tree world's life energy. The Tree Ant Tribe elder Richie also saw this situation, and he immediately became anxious. Lord Xia, there's indeed a huge problem in the tree world. Let's enter the tree world immediately. No problem. Xia Ping nodded. The Tree Ant Tribe elder Richie formed a seal with his hands, seemingly communicating with the power of the tree world itself. Boom, in the next second, a wave of green energy enveloped Xia Ping and Richie's bodies. It traveled through the void and instantly entered the tree world. Chapter 2232. Tree World. With a swoosh, a stream of light streaked across the sky. Xia Ping and Ricky immediately appeared on the ground of the tree world. This is the tree world? Xia Ping looked around and realized that the interior of the tree world was completely different from what he saw outside. This was a complete world with thick soil and thousands of rivers. There were lush forests and jungles all around. There were tall trees, weeds, and colorful flowers everywhere. There were also countless spirit herbs, and the entire place exuded a rich aura of life. It was as if this world was a world of plants. The surroundings were like primordial forests. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as they arrived at the tree world, the surrounding trees seemed to move as if they had awakened from a deep slumber. They rustled and surrounded Xia Ping and Ricky in an instant. Who has intruded into the tree world? An angry roar sounded out as tens of thousands of trees surrounded them. These were the guards of the Tree Ant Tribe, the Steel Guardians. They were forged from steel trees and contained indestructible bodies. They could be said to be an impenetrable fortress. It was obvious that Xia Ping's human aura had spread out, and it had alarmed the many Tree Ant Tribe soldiers. In particular, the tree world was currently facing an unprecedented crisis. It was a time when every tree and bush was an enemy. A human suddenly appearing here was enough to shock countless Tree Ant Tribe soldiers. Don't be rash. It's me. At this moment, Ricky's voice sounded out. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands. The green aura of the Tree Ant Tribe immediately covered a radius of thousands of kilometers. All the Tree Ant Tribe soldiers felt this aura and immediately calmed down. It was as if they had been comforted. It's Elder Ricky. At this moment, a captain of the Tree Ant Tribe soldiers who was 150 meters tall walked out and said in surprise, "Elder Ricky, weren't you looking for traces of the divine tree in the outside world? Why did you suddenly come back? Could it be that you found the divine tree?" The captain immediately recognized Ricky's identity. "Well, I have some clues, but this matter is of great importance. I need to convene an elder-level meeting." Ricky was still very calm. He did not rashly reveal Xia Ping's identity. After all, he did not know what had happened in the tree world. It was better to hide it for a while. There was no need to let such an important piece of news leak out all of a sudden. Otherwise, unpredictable things might happen. Hearing this, the Tree Ant Tribe captain immediately said, "So that's how it is. Then I'll immediately notify the patriarch and the elders to immediately prepare for the meeting." With a light tap, a green talisman flew out. Like a ray of light, it instantly sank into the deepest part of the tree world. This was the Tree Ant Tribe's communication method. It could transmit information at the fastest speed and ignore the restraints of space. Crash, not long after, hundreds or even thousands of auras flew out from the depths of the tree realm. They streaked across the sky like meteors and flew over. Immediately, one Tree-Ant elder after another appeared in front of Xia Ping and Ricky. Each and every one of them exuded a powerful life force, as if they were ancient antiques who had lived for countless years. There are quite a few experts here. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He could sense that the strength of these Tree-Ant tribe elders was in no way inferior to Elder Ricky. In fact, there were even 3 extremely ancient existences among them who had reached the sempiternal realm. In fact, the most ancient elder among them had reached the near-ancient sage realm. His body exuded a powerful spatial domain aura that seemed to envelop the entire tree world. Grand Elder. Seeing the old Tree-Ant, the many elders and soldiers of the Tree-Ant tribe respectfully greeted him. Even Ricky lowered his head in a respectful manner. After all, this was the Grand Elder of the Tree-Ant tribe, as well as the strongest existence, near-ancient sage Cecil. Ricky, you've returned. Not bad. But who is this human? Grand Elder Cecil nodded and looked at Xia Ping. He could sense that this human was extraordinary. His body exuded an aura of immortality, eternity, greatness, primal chaos, and many other auras. Evidently, he had reached the sempiternal realm. But even so, as a near-ancient sage who had comprehended the laws of space, he actually felt a trace of apprehension toward this human. It was as if this human could pose a great threat to him. This was truly inconceivable. After all, a near-ancient sage who had comprehended the laws of space was practically a legend. Their strength far surpassed an immortal sage, and they could not be mentioned in the same breath. Even the strongest experts of some large tribes were only near-ancient sages. Such a character was unbelievably powerful, yet he actually felt apprehension toward an immortal sage. He even thought that this human might pose a threat to him. Even if this was just a misconception, it was enough to make him regard Xia Ping with unparalleled importance. Grand Elder, this is a lord that I specially invited back this time. He has a way to heal the holy tree's injuries, Icky immediately said. He did not expose the fact that Xia Ping possessed the world tree. After all, this matter was of great importance. Now that there were so many people around, if he revealed this matter, it might be exposed and cause all sorts of trouble. There was no need for him to reveal this matter. What? This human can heal the holy tree's injuries? What kind of joke is this? Is this real or fake? The holy tree's injuries have not healed for millions of years. Even Grand Elder couldn't find a way to heal it, yet this human can do it. However, Elder Ricky is also a highly respected elder. Since he has the guts to say such a thing, it might be true. Indeed, Elder Ricky has roamed the universe for tens of thousands of years. He will definitely obtain some benefits. If he can really do it, then our Tree-Ant race will be saved. We won't be wiped out. Hearing this, many of the Tree-Ant race soldiers discussed spiritedly. They were extremely excited and looked at Xia Ping with great anticipation. Some of the Tree-Ant race elders were very knowledgeable and had lived for countless years. Even though Ricky said this, they still looked at Xia Ping with doubt. After all, they couldn't see how this human, Xia Ping, could heal the holy tree. In reality, after so many years, their Tree-Ant race had paid a large number of treasures and invited countless powerhouses over. Each time, they said that there was hope, but they still failed in the end. After experiencing countless failures, they were a little disheartened. Even though Ricky said this, it only gave them a little more hope. What kind of joke is this? Ricky, are you crazy? This is just a human. What ability does he have to heal our Tree-Ant race's holy tree? Have you lived for too long and become muddle-headed? Have you been deceived by others? But at this moment, a voice was heard. It was a cold snort and a doubtful voice. Many of the Tree-Ants looked over. The one who spoke was the Tree-Ant race's patriarch, Fred, a peak-level undying sage. Chapter 2233. Patriarch Fred, I'm confident in this matter. Hearing the patriarch's doubt, Elder Ricky was full of confidence because he knew that Xia Ping had signed a contract with the World Tree. Xia Ping, who had the World Tree's power, was equivalent to grasping the most ancient plant power and life force. If even Xia Ping could not save the Treant race's holy tree, then no one could. Confident? What kind of confidence are you? Patriarch Fred sneered. It's not like you don't know the nature of humans. All of them are treacherous and untrustworthy. How many times have they deceived our Treant tribe? Do you still remember? This Elder Ricky was momentarily speechless. Because the reputation of the human race in the universe was not very good. After all, there were too many humans. Even if there were many good people, there were also some bad people and unscrupulous merchants. These people specialized in selling inferior products to other races, often broke contracts, like to kill and rob and so on. They caused irreparable losses to other races, and also made many races hostile to the human race. Many Treant soldiers also understood Patriarch Fred's thinking, especially since Patriarch Fred had once interacted with humans. He had gone to a human auction to buy some medicine that might be able to cure the holy tree. Who would have thought that this news was fake? It was purposely released by some human forces in order to lure the Treant race into a trap. At that time, Patriarch Fred had been tricked and was ambushed by some powerful beings of the human race. In the end, Fred's friends and family, even his wife, had all died. He was the only one who came back alive. Therefore, from then on, Fred hated the human race to the extreme. It was simply an irreconcilable hatred. Some human slave merchants even liked to capture the Treants as slaves. This made the Treants even more resentful towards the human race. Therefore, when Xia Ping appeared in the tree world, he immediately attracted the attention of countless Treant soldiers and made them nervous. If it weren't for Elder Richie's presence, they would have immediately attacked Xia Ping. Richie, you can't speak, can you? Patriarch Fred sneered. I guess you must have been deceived by this swindler human. I don't know what flowery words he used to deceive you, making you believe that he can cure the holy tree. But in front of me, this human could not use any of his tricks. Human, surrender immediately. Hand over all your magic treasures and kneel down to surrender. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die today. He stared murderously at Xia Ping. Patriarch, don't go too far. I invited him back to the tree world to heal the sacred tree. Whether he can do it or not, can't we just let him try? Why was there a need to fight and kill here? Our Treant tribe doesn't have a tradition of treating our guests like this. Furthermore, the human race is very big, and not everyone is a bad person. Elder Ricky frowned. Shut up, Richie. Patriarch Fred shouted angrily. Since when did you have the right to speak? You're just a little elder, and I'm the patriarch. Please know your place, don't be impolite here. Furthermore, the sacred tree is of utmost importance to our Treant race. It is the true forbidden area. How can we let this dirty and shameless human get close to it? What would you do if he had any ill intentions? Would you be able to bear the responsibility if anything happened to the holy tree? If we don't thoroughly investigate his background, how can we be at ease? Elder Ricky was furious, but he was so angry that he couldn't say anything. The surrounding Treant soldiers were silent. They also felt that their patriarch's words were very reasonable. Strange. At this time, Xia Ping raised his brows and looked at Patriarch Fred. Didn't you say that the tree world is filled with Treants? Why aren't you a Treant? What are you? What? Elder Richie trembled violently upon hearing this. He stared at Chief Fred in disbelief. The other elders of the Treant tribe also revealed astonished expressions. Great Elder Cecil's eyes even revealed a trace of undetectable cold light. Not a Treant? Human, what the hell are you talking about? You're about to die, and you're still trying to mislead us. What are you planning? Patriarch Fred didn't expect Xia Ping to say such words. He was so frightened that his face turned ferocious as if his biggest secret had been seen through. Still putting on an act here. My eyes can see through all illusions in this world. Although you've concealed it well, you can't fool my eyes. You're just a monster in the shell of a Treant. Deep inside your soul, there's... Xia Ping still wanted to say something. However, Patriarch Fred's expression changed greatly. He immediately shouted and interrupted Xia Ping. "Enough! You lowly human, how dare you come to my Treant tribe's territory and stir up trouble? You're courting your own death. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll send you to hell, never to be reincarnated." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately made his move. He displayed the magic power of a peak immortal realm expert and a terrifying mental domain. It shrouded the entire place and seemed to form a death domain. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, thousands of emerald green branches burst out from his body and formed a death forest cage that spanned millions of miles. Each branch could easily pierce through an immortal saint's body and produce a powerful devouring power. This was his peerless ability, blood-sucking forest. Once trapped in this forest, even a sage with an immortal body would be devoured clean of all the flesh and blood on his body. Even his soul would be devoured cleanly. Even among the immortal saints, Patriarch Fred was an extremely powerful existence. "You're courting death." Xia Ping's eyes were indifferent. He didn't even look at Fred and threw a punch at him. Peerless ability, Sun God Fist. Instantly, all the mystical flame power in his body gathered in the depths of his fist and condensed into a sun. It emitted an eternal scorching light and endless heat. The moment it appeared, it seemed like all the water within millions of miles was completely evaporated. The surrounding Treant soldiers couldn't help but let out miserable screams. It seemed like a ray of sunlight was enough to turn them into dried corpses. Swoosh! The sun swept over. Instantly, countless branches that Fred had blasted out were burned and turned into ashes. The entire blood-sucking forest was burned and all the water evaporated. Ah! Immediately, Fred let out a shrill scream. His entire body was hit, shattered into pieces, and completely blasted into smithereens. With just one punch, Fred was completely crippled. With a cracking sound, his body exploded. However, at this moment, a wisp of black smoke flew out from the depths of Fred's head and condensed into a black worm. It seemed like it was trying to escape into the void. Chapter 2234. Trying to run? Before Xia Ping could make a move, Cecil, who was next to him, made a grabbing motion. The void distorted, producing a powerful spatial force that seemed to form a world. With a boom, the black bug was instantly captured and bound in a spatial cage. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't escape from the spatial cage. Damn it, it's a puppet bug. Many Treant elders' expressions changed drastically. They looked at the black bug that was bound in midair in disbelief. They couldn't believe that their chief, Fred, had become a puppet bug. Many of the Treant tribe soldiers also suffered a huge blow. Originally, they were still angry that Xia Ping killed their patriarch, but before they could get angry, their patriarch turned into a puppet worm. The changes happened too quickly. What's a puppet bug? Xia Ping looked at Elder Rich with a puzzled expression. The so-called puppet bug is the bug tribe's famous assassin race. It's adept at hiding deep inside a corpse and controlling the corpse. No one can detect any changes in it, and it's no different from usual. The most terrifying thing is that it can control the power of the corpse itself. Elder Rich's expression was solemn. It can be said that this puppet bug is an extremely terrifying insect of the insect race. It's proficient in assassination and hiding. It's invisible and traceless. Unless you kill the corpse, you won't be able to discover its true body. The problem is, who would kill their own people for no reason? That's why the puppet bugs are feared by many races. They can compete with the illusion race. However, although the puppet bug's ability is terrifying, there are too few of them. The insect race won't casually send them out to avoid huge losses. In other words, your chief, Fred, has probably died a long time ago. Xia Ping said in a low voice. That's right. If I'm not wrong, the last time the chief went out, he was ambushed by the human race. No, maybe it wasn't an ambush by the human race. At that time, he was already dead. What came back was just a puppet with a puppet bug. Elder Rich gritted his teeth. No wonder I felt that the chief's personality changed greatly after he came back. He's completely different from before. He's bloodthirsty and ruthless. That's right. I thought it was because of the last ambush. His family, friends, and even his wife all died. That's why the chief became like this. I didn't expect all of this to be fake, and the clan leader is just a puppet. It's over, it's over, it's all over. We've been tricked. If even the chief is a puppet, then wouldn't all the information about our Treant tribe be leaked to the insect tribe? No wonder the arachnid tribe could easily find us no matter where we went. It turns out that our Treant tribe has a traitor like our patriarch. Damn it. So many of our brothers died because of these puppet insects. Many of the Treant tribe's elders and soldiers were furious. They stared angrily at the bound puppet insect and wished they could skin it and pull out its tendons. They also suddenly understood that all the things that had gone wrong before had a great deal to do with the patriarch Fred. Tisk, that's right. You guessed it right. The puppet bug that was bound in midair laughed cruelly and said, "A bunch of stupid Treants. I didn't expect you to realize that I'm a fake Fred only now. Unfortunately, it's too late. Your sacred trees are about to wither, and we, the insect tribe, also know the specific location of the tree world. The insect tribe's army is about to arrive, and your Treant tribe is about to be destroyed. I advise you to surrender now. Otherwise, when the insect tribe's army arrives, all of you Treants will die without a burial place. If you surrender now and become our puppet, you might still have a chance to live." It was arrogant and had an extremely arrogant attitude. It did not look like a prisoner at all. Damn it. Hearing that, many of the Treant tribe's elders and soldiers were even more furious. They could not wait to kill the puppet bug and cut it into pieces to vent their anger. However, the puppet bug did not care about the Treant tribe's anger at all. Instead, it turned around and looked at Xia Ping with a gloomy expression. "Human, how did you see through my identity? My puppet bug's ability is unparalleled in the world. It's impossible for you to find out so easily. What method did you use?" It felt that its identity being exposed was the greatest humiliation. One must know that even Cecil, who was an ancient sage, would not be able to sense anything wrong with it. However, this human had seen through its identity the moment they met. Could it be that this human had really mastered a way to see through the puppet bug? If that was the case, it would definitely be a huge blow to the puppet bug. It had to understand this point. You don't have to worry about that. What's the point of knowing so much when you're about to die? You just have to know that your so-called ability is nothing to hide from me. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back. Someone who's about to die? Are you kidding me? My insect tribe's army is about to arrive. Try and touch a single hair of my puppet bug. Do you believe that the Treant tribe will be completely annihilated? Even if I gave you 100 guts, you wouldn't dare to kill me. If you offend the insect tribe, your Treant tribe will not be able to survive." The puppet bug clamored. This was not a threat, but a fact. This was because the insect tribe was also one of the top races in the universe. Their strength was not inferior to the human race. Before the abyssal demons appeared, the insect tribe was known as a calamity. Wherever the insect tribe appeared, it would be the end of the world. Countless lives would wither and die. Star regions would turn into dead lands. You're courting death. I don't dare to kill you. You killed so many elites of my Treant tribe. Your death will not be regretted. As soon as he finished speaking, Great Elder Cecil's eyes flashed with a cold light. He flipped his palm. The puppet worm's eyes were wide open, and it couldn't even say a word. With a bang, its entire body shattered, and even its soul was crushed into powder. It couldn't be more dead. Great Elder. Many of the Treant tribe's elders and soldiers revealed expressions of satisfaction. Even though killing the puppet bug would result in serious consequences, the Treant tribe still had dignity. They would definitely not accept any humiliation. This human, I'm really grateful that you've seen through the puppet bug's true colors. If not for you, my Treant tribe would have suffered great losses. Great Elder Cecil said to Xia Ping gratefully. Because the puppet bug's ability was strange and unpredictable, it seemed to be doted on by the laws of the universe. Even he couldn't discover anything fishy about it. Many of the Treant tribe's elders were also extremely grateful to Xia Ping. It's just a small matter. It's nothing much. Xia Ping waved his hand. His expression was very calm. Chapter 2235. At this moment, in the deepest part of the tree world, it was the Treant race's forbidden area. All of the ordinary Treants had left, leaving behind only Grand Elder Cecil, Elder Ricky, a few other core elders, and Xia Ping. All right, Ricky, can you tell us why Mr. Xia was able to save the holy tree? Grand Elder Cecil also learned of Xia Ping's name at this moment. Seeing that no one else was around, Ricky finally said, "It's because Lord Xia has already signed a contract with Lord Divine Master. He himself is a Divine Master who walks the universe." What? Did you really find the Lord God? Lord Divine Master actually signed a contract with a human? How is that possible? Ricky, this isn't a joke. Is this true or not? Grand Elder Cecil and the rest were shocked by this news. They looked at Xia Ping and Ricky in disbelief. The way they looked at Xia Ping had completely changed. If this was true, then it would be earth-shattering news to the Treant tribe. Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Elder Ricky said seriously, "Divine Master? Are you talking about the World Tree?" Xia Ping waved his hand, and a branch of the World Tree immediately reached out from the depths of the void. It seemed to tear the space apart as it emitted a mighty, immortal, vast, and other aura. The moment this aura appeared, it immediately enveloped the entire tree world. This was especially so for Cecil and the rest, who were near the World Tree. They immediately wanted to prostrate themselves on the ground. It was as if this aura had a natural suppressive effect on the Treant race. This power contained the most fundamental energy of the Treant race. It seemed to be able to trace back to the moment when the universe was first formed. It caused their bloodlines to tremble, and they almost couldn't raise their heads. If not for Xia Ping controlling the power of the World Tree, they would probably have been pressed to the ground. This was because the power of the World Tree's suppression on them was too great. Even Cecil, who had comprehended the law of space, couldn't resist this power. Heavens, this power is indeed Lord Divine Master. There's no doubt about it. Lord Divine Master can actually be revived. The heavens are really blessing the Treant race. Ricky, you've done a great service, a great service. Great Elder Cecil and the others knelt down in front of Xia Ping with tears in their eyes, as if they were gods who had found their home. Boundless emotions welled up from the depths of their hearts. All right, enough nonsense. What's going on with this holy tree? Why did you fall into a weakened state? Xia Ping waved his hand and wanted to get straight to the point. Hearing this, Great Elder Cecil calmed his emotions and said in a deep voice, "The sacred tree of our tree world is called the Void Banyan Tree. It contains powerful world energy and can form a world of its own. At its peak, it can even contend against ancient sages. It has mastered the law of space and the law of time. It is extremely powerful and does not fear any race. But hundreds of millions of years ago, we fell into the trap of the Zerg. Unexpectedly, they found the nemesis of the Void Banyan Tree, the wood-devouring bug. It entered the body of the sacred tree and devoured the soul and essence of the sacred tree. During this period of time, the Zerg have been chasing after our Treant race, trying to devour our sacred tree completely. But the sacred tree relied on its ability to travel through the void and easily avoided the pursuit of the Zerg. But hundreds of millions of years have passed, and our sacred tree has continued to weaken, devoured by the wood-devouring bug. Today, the sacred tree is extremely weak and is on the verge of death. Many of the Treant race elders gritted their teeth in grief and indignation. "Why is the Zerg chasing after your Treant race?" Xia Ping asked. "Because the origin of our sacred tree, the Void Banyan Tree, is a great tonic for the Zerg. If they can devour the origin of the sacred tree, then the Zerg can immediately increase the number of powerful Zerg sages. So for hundreds of millions of years, they have never given up on the idea of exterminating our Treant race." Great Elder Cecil expressed that the origin of the Treant race was a great tonic for the Zerg. "Since you know the problem lies with the wood-devouring bug, why don't you find a way to get rid of it?" Xia Ping asked another question. If we can get rid of it, we want to as well. Great Elder Cecil said helplessly, the problem is that the wood-devouring bug is too terrifying. It is no wonder they are the nemesis of the sacred tree. They can easily integrate into the body of the sacred tree and entangle with its soul like a parasite. If we want to get rid of the wood-devouring bug, then we must destroy the soul of the sacred tree. But if we do that, the sacred tree will be dead for sure. There is no point in doing that. They expressed that it was too late for them to know that the wood-devouring bug had appeared. By the time they found out, the void banyan tree was already beyond cure and had been completely eroded by the wood-devouring bug. Only the void banyan tree could resist the wood-devouring bug for hundreds of millions of years with its immense power. Otherwise, it would have died in a few years. But even so, after resisting for hundreds of millions of years and being seriously injured by the Zerg several times, the void banyan tree could no longer hold on and was in a state of near death. But if that's the case, do you really believe that I can solve this problem? Xia Ping looked at the many Treant elders. With the Lord God around, there will definitely be no problem. Even if the Lord God's power is only at the newborn level, it is not something that the wood-devouring bug can resist. Great Elder Cecil said confidently, the most important thing is that the Lord God has a special ability for our Treant race. It is called the Spring of the Withered Tree. Even if the sacred tree dies, as long as the Lord God is still around, the sacred tree can be resurrected again. The other Treant elders also nodded. They were extremely confident in the power of the World Tree. Even if it was only in its infancy, it was not an ordinary life form. Interesting, then I will give it a try. Where is the void banyan tree? Xia Ping waved his hand. Please follow me. The sacred tree is just in front. Great Elder Cecil immediately said and led the way. Not long after, Xia Ping was brought to the center of the tree world. He saw a towering tree standing on this piece of land. It seemed to be connected to the earth and the sky. It was unfathomable and incomparably majestic. No one knew how huge it was. It exuded an ancient, eternal, void, and other aura. It was an ancient life form that had lived for an unknown period of time. But at this moment, the appearance of this great life form was in a state of withered. All the water had evaporated, and all the life force had been sucked out. Vaguely, this was a huge dead tree. It was as if the branches would fall at any time. Many of the leaves had also turned yellow, and most of the bark had fallen off. For a tree, this was simply a heavy blow. As the saying goes, a man needs his face, and a tree needs its bark. One could imagine how important the bark was to a tree. It was simply like its soul. Chapter 2236. At this moment, billions of light-years away, an enormous insectoid army was traveling through the void, flying toward the tree world. Everywhere they went was a land of death. All the planets had been devoured, and even the sun had been devoured. The number of this bug race army was unimaginable. It reached trillions of them, covering the entire starry sky. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. This was the bug race, a race that could destroy worlds. At this time, at the core of the bug race army, 3 near-ancient sage-level insect race saints and 9 peak immortal-level insect race saints appeared. They were the main force that was attacking the tree world. For the bug race that stood at the peak of the universe, this force was more than enough to deal with a small Treant race. After all, most of their forces were in the central universe and the mystic zones. The puppet bug is dead. Its soul aura has completely dissipated. It seems like the Treant race has discovered it. The one who spoke was a near-ancient sage of the bug race, the mosquito Taoist. It had a human body and a mosquito head. It had a long blood-sucking mouth that emitted a blood-red light. Its entire body emitted a strong smell of blood. This was because it had devoured countless living beings. With a single breath, it could devour the blood of all living beings on an entire planet. It was a peerless demon through and through. Damn the Treant race. How dare you kill it despite knowing that the puppet bug is an important subordinate of our bug race? The Treant race deserves to die. They must be annihilated. A powerful consciousness fluctuation came from the void, shaking the space. The one who spoke was a black ant. It was the near-ancient sage of the bug race, the black ant Taoist. Its body was huge, spanning thousands of kilometers. It was pitch black and wore an indestructible black armor. Its two antennae trembled slightly, seemingly transmitting a strange spiritual fluctuation that distorted the void. At this moment, it was furious. It could not wait to slaughter the entire Traiant race for the death of the puppet bug. After all, it was not easy for a puppet bug to be born. No one knew how long it would take for another to be born after the death of one. It was an extremely important combat force of the bug race. Tisk, there's no need to rush. Those stupid Traiant tribe won't be able to escape. We'll reach the tree world very soon and kill all of them. We'll devour their holy tree source. In this way, we can immediately ascend to the realm of the Middle Ages sages, or even reach the realm of the ancient sages in the near future. The one who spoke was the remaining near-ancient saint, Locust True Monarch. Its wings continuously flapped, producing millions upon millions of vibrations. One wing sounds rang through the air, shaking his blood vessels until they swelled. If an ordinary person heard such a voice, even a lightning tribulation eminence would have their soul shattered. It was also an extremely evil and cruel peerless devil. Everywhere it went, it simply annihilated everything. Not only living beings, but even rocks, rivers, and soil were all devoured. Wherever True Monarch Locust passed by, many planets would be destroyed and devoured, leaving behind only scraps. This was enough to prove True Monarch Locust's greedy and cruel personality. The appearance of these three great insect race saints would definitely be able to exterminate a race, causing people to tremble in fear. Cut the crap and advance at full speed. Once we reach the tree world, we'll exterminate the entire Traiant race. Taoist One gave the order with a murderous aura. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Many insect race armies advanced at full speed. They actually accelerated again, rapidly approaching the tree world. Along the way, planets were submerged one after another, and finally turned into nothingness. At this time, in the tree world, Xia Ping approached the sacred tree, the Void Banyan. He could feel the deathly stillness emanating from the sacred tree, as well as bursts of unwillingness to live. Even ants wanted to live, let alone other life forms. Sensing this deathly stillness, the world tree in the depths of his sea of consciousness also trembled. It seemed to be transmitting an angry look, indicating that the Void Banyan was its people, and no one was allowed to hurt them. Bush, bush, bush. In an instant, thousands of roots of the world tree immediately gushed out of Xia Ping's body, penetrating into every corner of the Void Banyan's body. Boom. He suddenly sensed that he seemed to have entered a world of nothingness in the soul space. He saw the soul of a towering tree in this space, but this tree had been devoured by hundreds and thousands of gray insects. It was full of holes and potholes everywhere, as if all its vitality had disappeared. This situation was simply shocking. Hundreds and thousands of gray insects were tearing at the soul of the Void Banyan, but there was nothing the Void Banyan could do about it. Because this was where the soul of the Void Banyan was located, no power could be easily used. These are wood-devouring insects. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and sensed that hundreds and thousands of gray insects had completely wrapped the soul of the Void Banyan, revealing their hideous faces and entangling with each other. It was no wonder that Cecil and the other elders of the Traiant race did not dare to act rashly. After all, once these gray insects were killed, the soul of the Void Banyan would also completely collapse. These wood-devouring insects seemed to have also sensed Xia Ping's arrival. Each of their faces showed a look of disdain, as if they had experienced such things countless times. They were unmoved. In their eyes, Xia Ping was also someone who did not dare to make a move against them because they had now merged with the Void Banyan. There was no distinction between them and a small fry like him. Once the Void Banyan completely collapsed, they could completely devour the power of the Void Banyan to strengthen themselves. Sensing this situation, the World Tree was also extremely angry, but there was nothing it could do. Even with the power of the World Tree, there was no way to solve this problem. This was because it had no confidence that it could kill the wood-devouring insects and save the life of the void banyan at the same time. System, do you have any way to solve this problem? After thinking about it, Xia Ping still felt that he should be able to find a solution by asking the omnipotent system. This is simple. The host's own power, the hellfire, can solve this problem. The system replied. What do you mean? Xia Ping was stunned. The flame has its own will, and it can clearly distinguish between hostility and friend. This is also the intrinsic power of the flame. Moreover, the host's power itself is the nemesis of these insects. The system said. What? Hearing these words, Xia Ping's body trembled. It was as if a light flashed in the depths of his mind. He remembered the phoenix's nest, the fuso tree, the golden crow's nest, and so on. These were all divine trees of heaven and earth. The reason why these divine birds liked to live in the divine trees was because the divine trees could provide them with the power to grow. At the same time, the various diseases and pests that appeared on the divine trees also needed the help of these divine birds to solve them. It could be said that the two sides were interdependent. The divine birds had an innate restraining effect on these insects. They were their natural nemesis. Chapter 2237. Thinking of this, Xia Ping did not hesitate. He operated the infernal golden crow flames in his body and poured them into the deepest part of the void banyan's soul space. Whoosh, the infernal golden crow flames quickly condensed into infernal golden crows. There were hundreds of them, thousands of them, and they shone like suns that would never be extinguished. Sensing these flames and the vigorous vitality, the void banyan tree, which was originally extremely weak, suddenly recovered some of its vitality as if it had been infused with a huge amount of life energy. The wood-devouring bugs, which were devouring the void banyan's soul, instinctively felt a fatal crisis, as if their natural enemy was attacking. The bugs' natural enemy was birds. Damn mixed bird, don't come over. Scram immediately. Come any closer, or we won't be polite to you. Be careful or we'll perish together with this tree. Don't force us to be ruthless. Stop, you bunch of mixed birds. You feathered animals, stop immediately. When we are ruthless, even we are afraid of ourselves. We are very savage, do you know that? Hundreds and thousands of wood-devouring bugs screamed in fear. Their voices were filled with anger and malice. At the same time, they produced extremely terrifying soul fluctuations that seemed capable of destroying everything. After absorbing most of the void banyan's energy, the wood-devouring bugs had grown to a terrifying level. Ordinary immortal saints would not be able to do anything to them. They might even be killed by them. Waves of tyrannical fluctuations came from the wood-devouring bugs. Hundreds and thousands of them stacked together, forming spatial fluctuations visible to the naked eye. They could shatter all souls. Unfortunately, the one they encountered was Xia Ping, not an ordinary immortal saint. He had even killed a few near ancient saints. These wood-devouring bugs were nothing but ants. Whoosh, hundreds and thousands of infernal golden crows rushed over, flapping their wings. The entire soul space was filled with terrifying flames, instantly enveloping the void banyan's soul. However, the void banyan was not burned to death by the flames. Instead, it was infused with a majestic life energy. It was like a long drought meeting with sweet dew. At this moment, Xia Ping had also comprehended some of the true essence of fire. If he could completely grasp the power of fire, then with a single strike, he would be able to kill any hostile enemy. Those who were not hostile would not be killed. Instead, they would be protected and infused with life energy. This was the will of flames. It could distinguish between friend and foe. Ah! The wood-devouring bugs let out miserable cries. Their entire bodies were wrapped up in the infernal golden crow's flames and immediately burned, producing a terrifying destructive force. They couldn't resist for even a second and were instantly turned into ashes, all of them burned to death. At the same time, the flame also covered the whole body of the void banyan tree, and a huge amount of life force was instilled into it. This was the flames of the sun crow, the flames of the sun. Not only did it symbolize extreme destruction and destruction, It also symbolized life and new life, and it contained unparalleled vitality. Under the shroud of the Golden Crow's fire, the Void Banyan's originally damaged soul also recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the essential energy of the World Tree was injected into the Void Banyan tree to repair the damage caused by the wood-devouring insects. What is this feeling? There are benefits to swallowing these wood-eating bugs. After killing these wood-devouring insects, Xia Ping was shocked to discover that these wood-devouring insects actually gave birth to wisps of green origin energy that flowed through the void and into his limbs and bones. It was obvious that these insects were also of great benefit to Xia Ping. They were equivalent to great tonics, no less than the longevity pill. Clattered, he suddenly sensed that the magic power in his body was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 100,000 years of magic power, 200,000 years of magic power, 500,000 years of magic power, 1 million years of magic power, 2 million years of magic power, and finally, it had increased to 5 million years of magic power. Moreover, this was not a magic power with impurities, but extremely pure magic power from the Golden Crow of Hell itself. It contained tyrannical power and was unfathomable. At the same time, the Golden Crow of Hell cells in Xia Ping's body were also frantically awakening, making crackling sounds. There seemed to be countless Golden Crows of Hell awakening in the depths of his body, instilling a huge amount of Golden Crow of Hell energy. By the time he finished swallowing the energy of these wood-devouring insects, the number of Golden Crow of Hell cells in his body had awakened to a total of 8.5 billion, and his power was strong enough to shake the void. At this time, many of the elders of the tree tribe also discovered that the holy tree had undergone earth-shattering changes. The holy tree, there are flames on the holy tree? A tree tribe elder pointed to the front and couldn't help but exclaim. Many of the tree tribe looked over, and they were shocked to find that the holy tree was emitting a huge mass of red flames. Even the entire tree world was wrapped in this mass of flames. However, these flames didn't seem to have any destructive power. Instead, they were full of vitality. When the sun shone on each of the tree tribe, they felt like they were in a sauna. Waves of warm heat energy were instilled into them, as if they were undergoing a photosynthetic reaction. This heat that came from the sun was the energy of life essence, and it was also of great benefit to the tree tribe. It was as if they had received a huge supplement. The strength of each of the tree tribes seemed to have been greatly improved. Look, the aura of the wood-devouring insects has disappeared. Not a single one was left. A tree tribe elder exclaimed excitedly. He sensed that the evil aura of the wood-devouring insects hidden in the depths of the Void Banyan's soul had disappeared completely. The deathly aura that entangled the holy tree's body had also disappeared, and in its place was a vigorous life force. An exuberant green aura was born from the holy tree's body, just like a withered tree in spring. This energy from the tree origin was even enhancing the Void Banyan's bloodline and aptitude, raising its soul level to a new level. Lord Xia has succeeded. He has saved the holy tree. Great. This is really great. Our world doesn't need to be destroyed. As expected of Lord God. He's too powerful. Even the wood-devouring insects couldn't do anything to Lord God. Many of the tree tribe elders clenched their fists and cried tears of joy. The haze that had been hanging over them for many years had dissipated at this moment, and there was hope for a new life. As long as their holy tree and their tree world weren't destroyed, everything could be restarted, and the tree tribe wouldn't be wiped out. He finally succeeded. It seems that Lord Xia isn't an ordinary person. Compared to the excitement of the elders, Great Elder Cecil had a deeper feeling. He sensed that it wasn't Lord God who took action this time, but Xia Ping himself. It was Xia Ping's magical power that allowed him to kill these wood-devouring insects and save the Void Banyan at the same time. No wonder Lord God would sign a contract with this human. It seems that this human is also very important to Lord God's growth. They complement each other. This is also an important opportunity for our tree tribe. Great Elder Cecil's eyes revealed a glimmer of wisdom. Chapter 2238. After an unknown amount of time, the transformation of the void banyan tree finally stopped. The tree world that was on the verge of collapse suddenly stabilized, and all the damaged roots grew again. The flames that enveloped the void banyan tree had also disappeared completely. At this moment, Xia Ping sensed that he and the void banyan tree seemed to have a spiritual connection. It was as if he and the void banyan tree had become one, and he himself was a part of the void banyan tree. Vaguely, he seemed to feel that the void banyan tree had become a part of him, and he could use a part of the void banyan tree's power to communicate with the origin of the universe at any time and anywhere. Has a contract been signed? His heart moved, and a trace of understanding was immediately born from the depths of his heart. The void banyan tree was grateful to him for saving its life, so it signed a life contract and willingly surrendered to him, becoming his servant. Of course, the biggest reason why the void banyan tree was willing to do so was because of the existence of the world tree. With the origin of the world tree in hand, Xia Ping was born to rule all plants, including the void banyan tree. Moreover, staying beside the world tree could also make the void banyan tree evolve faster. It's a pity that the injuries on the void banyan tree have not completely recovered. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He could sense that the void banyan tree was still in a weak state. Although he had gotten rid of the wood-devouring bugs, the damage caused by the wood-devouring bugs to the void banyan tree over the years was not something that could be recovered in a short time. It would take a certain amount of time. Now, the void banyan tree had only recovered a little bit of its vitality. Compared to its heyday, it was far from being able to recover. However, with the passage of time, it was only a matter of time before it fully recovered its strength. The world tree has also gained a lot of benefits. Xia Ping's heart skipped a beat, and his soul sank into the depths of his sea of consciousness. The world tree, which had obtained a part of the void banyan tree's origin power, also seemed to have received a great supplement. Its entire body swelled up, and its strength increased at a geometric rate. A circle of tyrannical waves spread out from the world tree, and countless world runes gushed out from its body, as if forming a supreme scripture, unfathomable. It seemed that the powerful law of space crazily poured into the world tree's body, forming an independent space in every part of its body, and its whole body exuded the aura of the world. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, the void shook, and Xia Ping's soul left the soul space of the void banyan. At this moment, he finally regained consciousness. He turned around and immediately saw the Treant tribe looking at him with reverence and worship, as if they were looking at a god. Their anger seemed to have turned into incomparable fanaticism. Lord Xia. With a slap, all the elders of the Treant tribe knelt on the ground and respectfully saluted Xia Ping. From today onwards, we, the Treant tribe, will be the servants of Lord Xia. We will follow Lord Xia's lead and will never abandon him, until the end of time. Great Elder Cecil knelt on the ground and swore an oath. There seemed to be a kind of oath power that resonated with the laws of the universe. All of a sudden, Xia Ping sensed that the power of the oath seemed to have connected him with the Treant tribe, allowing them to prosper together. He knew that he had gained the allegiance of these Treants. One had to know that Cecil was a near ancient sage who had comprehended the law of space. Even in the universe, he was a mythical character. For such a great character to actually kneel in front of an undying sage, it was unknown how many people would be scared out of their wits. Gaining the allegiance of a near ancient sage was simply an earth-shattering matter. After all, killing a sage was easy, but subduing a sage was incomparably difficult. It was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Rise. Xia Ping nodded. He felt that this was a matter of course. He possessed the world tree, and these Treant tribe members were born to be his guards and soldiers. Moreover, with the power of the Treant tribe, his forces would immediately expand by more than a few times. Oh no! Right at this moment, a Treant race guard barged in from the outside. He was flustered as he shouted, "Elders, Great Elder, the insect race has already killed their way here. They are just outside and have set up an inescapable net." What? Hearing this, all the elders and soldiers of the Treant tribe were shocked. They completely did not expect the insect race's army to arrive so quickly. It was so fast that they could not even react. According to their calculations, they would need at least a few days to arrive. They did not expect that they would arrive so quickly. Walala one by one, the Tree-Ant tribe elders spread out their divine senses, extending along the tree world to other voids to sense the situation outside. Sure enough, the surrounding void was filled with a dense insect race army. They came from all directions, and their numbers reached hundreds of millions. It was simply a scene that made one's scalp go numb. These insect race soldiers covered the surrounding void, forming restriction formations one after another. They sealed off the void, completely cutting off the space that the tree world could escape to. In the depths of the insect race army, there was even a tyrannical sage aura. There were at least 3 insect race powerhouses that were near ancient sage level guarding this place. However, their Tree-Ant tribe only had one near ancient sage. Whether it was the high-end combat power or the low-end combat power, the disparity was too great. It could not be measured by miles. This is the insect race? Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. His divine senses spread further than any of the Tree-Ants, so of course, he had a deeper feeling. He could sense how terrifying these insect race soldiers were. All of them were battle-hardened and did not fear death. If they really attacked, they would be able to devour the tree world in an instant, leaving nothing behind. I'm afraid the death of the puppet worm has completely enraged the insect race army, causing them to speed up to where our tree world is. A Tree-Ant tribe elder clenched his fists and voiced his guess. Damn it, it's all that puppet worm's fault. If it wasn't a spy, the specific location of our tree world wouldn't have been discovered by the insect race so quickly. That bastard deserves to die. There's no use saying all this now. The puppet worm is already dead. Killing it a few times won't be enough to appease the hatred in our hearts. We should think about what we should do next. That's right. Fortunately, the sacred tree has recovered. Otherwise, we would be dead for sure. The problem is that we've only gotten rid of the wood-devouring bugs in the sacred tree's body. The sacred tree's injuries haven't fully recovered. I'm afraid it won't be able to use much power for the time being. Moreover, the surrounding void has been sealed. With the sacred tree's power, it's difficult for it to escape. The insect race came too quickly. If they came a few days later, we would have been able to escape. Many Tree-Ant tribe elders clenched their fists with solemn expressions. Even the joy of the sacred tree's recovery was diluted. After all, the insect race army was charging over in a mighty manner. They were facing the crisis of extinction. This was a moment of life and death. Chapter 2239. Sir Xia, what should we do? Great Elder Cecil looked at Xia Ping, wanting to know his current thoughts. There's no need to rush. We'll deal with whatever comes our way, Xia Ping said calmly. Xia Ping calmly said. He could sense that the insectoid army was not too powerful. There were only 3 near-ancient saints and 9 undying saints. He could still deal with them. If the other party had a sage of the Middle Ages, he would definitely run away immediately. However, in this situation, there was no need at all. He had the strength to fight the insectoid army to the death. But the other party has 3 sages who have comprehended the law of space. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Cecil was worried. There's no need to worry about that. Later, you'll take the initiative and entangle the 3 sages. As long as we can delay them for a bit and distract them, I'll naturally have a way to capture them all in one fell swoop. Xia Ping said confidently. I see. If Sir Xia is confident, then we'll naturally accompany you to the end. Hearing this, Great Elder Cecil finally made up his mind. He could see that Xia Ping was not bluffing, and there was no need for him to do so. He seemed to have absolute confidence. If it was an ordinary immortal sage who said this, he would just treat it as a fart. However, he did not doubt the mysterious human who had signed a contract with the World Tree. Even the great existence of the World Tree could sign a contract with this human. This was something that had never happened before. No one would believe that such a person was an idiot. Moreover, now that things had come to this, he could only fight with his life on the line. Thinking of this, Cecil's eyes flashed with a cold light. It seemed to have penetrated the barrier of the tree world and reached the void billions of miles away. At this time, the insectoid army finally arrived near the tree world. They were majestic and aggressive. The three near-ancient sages, Taoist, Black Ant Taoist, and True Monarch Locust, stood in the void and stared at the tree world in the distance. Their expressions were extremely gloomy. Damn it, the tree world has indeed undergone an unpredictable change. The wood-devouring bugs that were originally on the void banyan have disappeared. What method did those tree ants find to get rid of the wood-devouring bugs? The Taoist did not expect this at all. In his mind, the void banyan was already dead and would definitely rot under the influence of the wood-devouring bugs. Once they arrived, they could easily clean up this mess and destroy the tree ant tribe. However, they never expected that all the wood-devouring bugs would be dead, and the void banyan tree seemed to have recovered. This was a huge blow to the Zerg's plan. No wonder they're so arrogant and dared to kill our insect clan's puppet insects. It turns out that they've found a way to get rid of the wood-devouring insects. This group of tree ants is really doing a good job. Taoist Black Ant's expression was ferocious. At this moment, it finally understood why the tree ant tribe was so arrogant. It turned out that they had their own confidence after dealing with the void banyan. However, when it thought about how the insect race had laid out their plan for billions of years, and that a huge accident had occurred just as it was about to be completed, it was filled with boundless rage. Don't worry. So what if all the wood-devouring bugs are dead? After hundreds of millions of years of devouring, the void banyan tree is already in an extremely weak state. True Monarch Locust sneered, now that our insectoid army has arrived here, and with the alliance of the three near-ancient sages, our strength is unparalleled and invincible. Destroying this tree world will be a piece of cake. They're just a group of weak tree ants. No matter how they struggle and how crazy they are, it's useless. They will eventually be completely destroyed by our insect race army and cease to exist. A terrible black murderous aura permeated from its body, condensing into a substance. It seemed to be able to easily tear the void and condense countless black shadows, which made people shudder. Let's do it. There's no need to talk nonsense with these weak tree ants. Tear the tree world's formation and kill all the tree ants inside. Wipe out their entire clan and leave no one alive. The first to make a move was the Taoist. With a grab of its big hand, a middle-grade sacred artifact, the blood-devouring sting, immediately appeared in its hand. This was a bloody sting that was hundreds of meters long. It was a mosquito's mouth that had transformed from its original body and was refined with many rare materials from the universe. It had special abilities such as breaking through defenses, devouring blood, cursing, poison, and so on. Once hit by the blood-devouring sting, even an immortal sage's blood would be completely devoured. All their blood essence would be devoured by the Taoist. Even an immortal sage would not be able to resist it. With this middle-grade sacred artifact, the Taoist had slaughtered many immortal sages. It had even used the flesh and blood essence of these immortal sages to comprehend the law of space and step into the realm of sages. It could be said that the Taoist was an extremely terrifying demon. Just hearing its name would make people tremble in fear. In an instant, its figure flickered with extreme speed. It turned into a beam of black light and passed through thousands of layers of space. It arrived near the tree world and stabbed the blood-devouring sting in its hand. With a swoosh, a terrifying blood-colored light condensed into a sharp mouth. It contained a terrifying power to break through defenses. It tore through space and stabbed at the tree world. The blood-colored light seemed to turn into a sea of blood and demons along its path. It gave off a demonic aura that could make countless living beings go crazy. Tree world barrier. At that moment, Grand Elder Cecil finally made his move. He formed a seal with both hands and immediately communicated with the many formations of the tree world itself. One formation after another appeared in the depths of space. Rumble, the entire tree world shone with green light, forming layers of green barriers. There were thousands of them. It seemed to have formed an absolute space barrier that isolated everything. The blood-colored light bombarded over and easily tore through the layers of green barriers. It wiped out many green runes and life aura and dyed everything red. The entire tree world was also hit hard, as if it was about to be smashed into pieces. The ground was shattered into pieces as if there was a magnitude 9 earthquake. Countless tree ants could feel the intense shaking. It was like the end of the world. However, the barrier of the tree world was still indestructible. It blocked the blood-colored light and did not break through. Cecil, you are so stubborn. Do you think you can fight against the insect race with just a near-ancient sage and an old and weak soldier? What wishful thinking. I will tell you today that I will destroy the tree ant race. No one can stop me. This day next year will be the death anniversary of the tree ant race. The Wendaoist roared. It could feel Cecil's power and determination to stop it. However, it became even more violent. Its anger multiplied. If it did not destroy the entire tree ant race today, it would not be able to quell its anger. Chapter 2240. Wendaoist, you're the one who's delusional. It's just the insect race, nothing. With me, Cecil, here, your insect race won't be able to touch a single hair of my tree ant race. Cecil sneered and transmitted waves of sound waves. They condensed into substance and spread out for billions of kilometers, producing a terrifying spiritual wave that seemed to penetrate through thousands of layers of space. This power simply destroyed everything when it spread out. A group of insect race soldiers couldn't withstand it at all and were all killed, turning into clouds of blood mist. But to the enormous insect race army, this was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. As expected of a stubborn dog. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, I'll send you to heaven and let you accompany the tree ant race in death. The one who spoke was the black ant Taoist. He formed a seal with both hands and operated the supreme demonic art in his body, the demonic invincible scripture. Walala, a huge demonic aura surged out from his body, filling up the surrounding millions of kilometers and covering thousands of layers of space. This demonic aura condensed into densely packed demonic runes. These black runes quickly squirmed as if they had a life of their own. They condensed into billions of black ants, each of which was condensed from demonic aura. Their bodies contained undying and indestructible talismans, emitting a terrifying demonic aura that could devour the heaven and earth. And these ants were called demonic ants. They had the power to tear apart all matter and devour all terrifying energy. Billions of them rushed over, and even a planet would be devoured cleanly in an instant. They even contained the power of undying. As long as the black ant Taoist didn't die, a single thought from him would cause the millions of demonic ants to be reborn. Even if a near-ancient saint used his spatial domain, he still wouldn't be able to kill these demonic ants. They would come in groups and devour every single spatial domain. Kill! The black ant Taoist sneered and waved his hand. A huge demonic aura surged forth like a spatial storm, instantly enveloping half of the tree world. Billions of demonic ants rushed over and crazily bit the barrier of the tree world. Kacha. The barrier of the tree world was also shrinking at a visible rate. The power of these demonic ants was too terrifying. Even the spatial barrier would be easily bitten to pieces by them. Banyan tree enchantment, annihilate everything, sweep away all obstacles. Great Elder Cecil shouted loudly, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. He communicated with all the restrictive formations in the entire tree world. This was the accumulation of the tree ant race over billions of years. In order to protect their nest, they simply gave it their all. They used a large amount of resources to build restriction formations, and they simply built the tree world into a war fortress. Even if they were weaker than the Zergs, it was impossible for them to break through in a short time. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire tree world trembled. It seemed to have combined with the supreme power of the void banyan tree itself. Waves of power of law surged out of the void banyan tree and resonated with the many restrictive formations. Immediately, with the void banyan tree as the center, a huge space enchantment was created. The hundreds of millions of void banyan tree roots emanating from the body of the void banyan tree were also gently trembling, blasting out from the depths of the void in all directions. Bang bang bang. Hundreds of millions of roots containing the power of space were simply indestructible. They blasted towards the heavenly devil ants and fought against each other. It was as if two armies were fighting, and intense rumbling sounds were heard in the air. One by one, the heavenly devil ants were torn apart by the roots, but they quickly regenerated. They were indestructible. Clouds of demonic chi tumbled like raging waves. The two forces were in a stalemate, and the victor could not be determined for a moment. Damn the Traiant race, you do have some ability to be able to resist two near-ancient saints. You have a deep foundation, but this is the end of it. True monarch locust, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? The mosquito Taoist shouted with a murderous aura. Seeing Cecil resist the joint attack of two near-ancient saints by himself, even though he had borrowed the power of the tree world itself, it was still infuriated. It felt that this was the greatest insult to the insect race. Because according to his thinking, this kind of war should be easy, and not in a stalemate. Hee, you actually need me to take action. It seems that this old bastard is indeed a bit capable, but this is the end of it. It's just a tree world. Watch how I break it. At this time, true monarch locust finally made his move. He operated the supreme demonic art in his body, the great demonic calamity technique. Clouds of yellow calamity aura emerged from his body, seeping out from hundreds of millions of layers of space. It seemed to be communicating with countless calamity auras, quickly gathering together and filling a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Whoosh, in an instant, these yellow calamity auras condensed into terrifying locusts. These locusts seemed to be engraved with calamity runes. These were calamity locusts. Wherever they went, they would bring with them the power of calamity that could destroy everything. It was like the end of the world. Once these calamity locusts appeared, wherever they went, humans and animals would die, the earth would dry up, and rivers would be cut off. They plundered all life, bringing endless calamities. This was a power of calamity that was even more terrifying than the appearance of the demonic ants. Although it was not comparable to the 3 calamities and 6 disasters that Gaia had mastered, it was still an extremely terrifying magical power. It contained a strong destructive power. Even if it was an ancient sage, once they were eroded by these calamity auras, they would fall into a state of decay and show signs of self-destruction. The lethality was extremely shocking. Kill! True monarch locust roared angrily and slammed his palm toward the tree world, passing through millions of layers of space. It seemed to have formed a huge calamity space domain within his body. Everywhere he went, all kinds of calamities occurred. Buzz, suddenly, hundreds of millions of calamity locusts flew toward the tree world. They flapped their wings and buzzed, seeming to carry a terrifying demonic aura, forming a yellow storm. Bang, bang, bang. These calamity locusts also pounced on the barrier of the tree world and crazily tore at the restrictive formations on it. At the same time, the violent storm tore everything apart, shattering one restrictive formation after another. At this moment, the entire tree world was shaking violently, as if there was a magnitude 9 earthquake. Shocking cracks appeared, and countless roots and branches of the void banyan's body were broken. Even the earth was torn apart, forming dense spider webs. Many of the Trey ants were panicking, as if they had encountered the end of the world. It seemed like they would be annihilated in the next second. Lord Xia, what do we do now? I can't hold them off any longer. The battle was coming, and Cecil was burning with anxiety. He could feel the power of the 3 ancient sages blasting over, corroding every corner of the tree world. Even though the Trey ants had millions of years of accumulation, they were completely obliterated at this moment. One restrictive formation after another collapsed. If the tree world's barrier was breached, all the tree men would be dead. Chapter 2241. That's enough. You've done well. You've actually managed to hold off the 3 near ancient saints for a while. You've bought me some time. You've also found their flaws and made them relax. Leave the rest to me. Hearing this, Xia Ping nodded. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He had waited for such a long time. Finally, the 3 near ancient saints of the insect race had relaxed. At this time, the mosquito Taoist, the black ant Taoist, and the locust lord were very satisfied. They thought that they were about to break through the tree world. This was also the moment when they were the most relaxed. An ordinary saint would not be able to sense this, but Xia Ping could. His consciousness power was far beyond that of an ordinary saint, and had reached a level that could shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. You saints of the insect race are unlucky to have met me. Xia Ping activated the pure yang immortal technique in his body and activated the huge mana in the depths of his body. At this moment, the power of the 9 great purple mansions was mobilized and gathered together. An unimaginable power was born in the depths of his body. Whoosh! In an instant he made a grabbing motion with his hand, and countless runes quickly gathered together, forming 2 dark daggers. The daggers were engraved with numerous runes that seemed to form a supreme scripture. This was a supreme magical power in his body, the head-piercing 7 arrows technique. At the same time, it was also his strongest assassination technique. It was best used to deal with the 2 near ancient saints. These 2 daggers were the cursed daggers condensed from this cultivation method, and they contained the terrifying power of the curse. Not enough. This bit of curse power isn't enough to kill the near ancient saints. I need to add some curse power from the cursed black coffin. Xia Ping felt that the curse power he condensed could severely injure the 2 near ancient saints, but it wasn't enough to kill them. If he didn't kill them, he would probably face the 2 furious near ancient saints. An injured beast was the scariest. No one knew what they would do. Therefore, this time, he had to kill the 2 near ancient saints in an instant to eliminate any future troubles. Therefore, he wanted to merge with the wisps of curse power that came from the black coffin of curses. This was the most terrifying power, and it was practically the essence of the laws. Even invincible saints would have a headache if they encountered it, let alone saints who were near ancient times. Once touched by the power from the cursed black coffin, even near ancient saints would die. Rumble, wisps of curse power from the cursed black coffin fused into the cursed dagger in an instant. Immediately, the cursed dagger seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. The entire dagger seemed to have turned into a dark substance. It was so dark that it glowed, so dark that there were no impurities. It was as if it was complete darkness that devoured all light. Even a black hole was nothing more than that. In fact, these 2 daggers seemed to have turned into a liquid form and flowed as if they were alive. They were also like the netherworld river, and densely packed skeletons appeared in the depths of the daggers. It was as if there were countless demons crying and howling. Countless skeletons wanted to climb out from the depths of the netherworld river and pull the souls of all living creatures into the depths of the netherworld river. This power is too strange. Xia Ping felt a chill in his heart. Fortunately, he had only injected a little. If he had injected a little more, he was afraid that he would not be able to control it and might even harm his master. Moreover, mastering 2 daggers was the limit of his current ability. Any more and it would cause the power of the curse to go out of control. Therefore, he could only deal with 2 near ancient sages at the same time. But even so, as long as they killed these 2 near ancient sages, the insectoid army would no longer be a threat. Kill! At this moment, Xia Ping's consciousness captured the aura of the 2 near ancient sages, True Monarch Locust and the Black Ant Taoist. In his eyes, these 2 near ancient sages were the most threatening and needed to be eliminated first. In an instant, the 2 cursed daggers in his hands immediately flew up and blasted toward the 2 near ancient sages. Whoosh whoosh. This attack did not make any sound. It did not even cause any spatial fluctuations. It completely blended into the void as if it had arrived in another dimension. This was because the cursed daggers themselves were condensed from the power of the curse. This power transcended everything, blended into the void, and transcended the void. It was a mysterious power that was above ordinary power. The 2 cursed daggers suddenly turned into 2 dark rays of light. Their speed was unbelievably fast and had already surpassed the speed of light. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. Even the layers of dimensional space were unable to stop this power. It easily passed through, traversing countless spaces, and was not stopped by any power. In the next second, the cursed daggers accurately blasted the bodies of True Monarch Locust and the Black Ant Taoist. This power instantly pierced through their souls. The tyrannical power of the curse instantly exploded and corroded their bodies. Originally, True Monarch Locust and the Black Ant Taoist had ferocious expressions on their faces. They wanted to use the demonic arts in their bodies to destroy the entire tree world and slaughter all the tree ants. They seemed to be able to see these tree ants wailing in pain and despair. This kind of painful wailing was enough to make them very happy, as if it was a game. But at this moment, the cursed daggers bombarded their souls and pierced through their bodies. Ah! Immediately, True Monarch Locust and the Black Ant Taoist let out shrill screams. It was as if a man had been kicked in the vitals. They let out sounds like pigs being slaughtered, and unimaginable pain spread throughout their bodies. Which bastard dares to sneak attack us? Come out right now, come out right now. I'm going to cut you into 8 pieces and dismember you into 10,000 pieces. True Monarch Locust screamed, unable to restrain his anger. No one could imagine how angry he was at this moment. As a near-ancient saint who had comprehended the law of space, he had been silently sneak-attacked. This was a great humiliation and unforgivable. He wanted to capture the bastard who had sneak-attacked him and kill him dozens of times. He even wanted to exterminate his entire family. What? Hearing this sound, the insectoid soldiers were also shocked. They looked at True Monarch Locust in disbelief. They did not expect that someone would sneak attack a near-ancient saint and cause great damage to True Monarch Locust. Next to him, the Mosquito Taoist was also shocked because he did not notice such a sneak attack. After all, there were no spatial fluctuations in the surroundings. There was no sound, not even a scent. Sir Xia, did he succeed? Cecil, who was staying in the world of trees, was overjoyed. He knew that this situation was definitely Xia Ping's doing. Damn it, not good. What the hell is this? Get out of here immediately. At this time, the Black Ant Taoist let out another shrill scream. He suddenly discovered a strange and terrifying power that seemed to have turned into a black liquid and wrapped around his soul. It seemed like it wanted to devour his soul completely. Moreover, this power could not be blocked at all. This situation scared him out of his wits. Please remember this book's domain name. Third Sect Leader's Mobile Version. Chapter 2242. As a near-ancient saint, he had comprehended the law of space. His magical power was earth-shattering and could shake the void. He was an absolute mythical character, and there weren't many things he couldn't do in the entire universe. The Black Ant Taoist also thought so. Apart from a few old monsters, he thought he was invincible in the universe and nothing could kill him. But at this moment he was afraid. He sensed the aura of death. This was the first time in millions and millions of years that he felt he was about to die and fall into an endless abyss. It was as if the Black Ant Taoist had returned to his weak and helpless days. Against the enemy, no matter what method he used, it was useless. A curse, this is the power of a curse. Damned bitch, she actually cursed us. Why can't this curse be expelled? What kind of dog is this? At this moment, the Locust Monarch also felt the same. He had seen many things and immediately sensed that the power eroding his soul was the strangest and most mysterious power in the universe, the power of a curse. In fact, this curse was more terrifying than any curse he had ever seen. It was close to the power of the true law and represented the essence of darkness, a darkness that could devour the entire world. Even if it was just a little bit, his entire soul would be devoured. Just like a drop of ink in a pool of spring water, the entire pool would turn into black water. The power of this curse was so dark and dense that it couldn't be dissolved. He operated the demonic arts in his body in an attempt to expel this power, but he couldn't expel it at all. Instead, the magical power he poured in was completely devoured and became the enemy's nutrients. Stop immediately. I am the Black Ant Taoist, a tyrannical existence of the near-ancient saints, a saint of the insect race. You dare to curse me? Do you want to die? Do you want your race to be exterminated? Immediately remove the curse on me, or else the insect race will fight you to the death. Do you understand? The Black Ant Taoist was terrified to the extreme. For someone who had comprehended the law of space, ordinary methods couldn't kill him. Moreover, as a black ant, he could transform into millions and countless clones. Even if one clone was killed, there were countless clones that could be revived. This was an ability that was close to immortality. Even if he encountered an ancient saint who had comprehended the law of time, he still had hope of leaving alive. True Monarch Locust also had such a life-saving ability. However, this strange and powerful curse power instantly eroded their souls. Like maggots in the bones, it instantly covered their countless clones. Even if they fled to the corners of the universe, they wouldn't be able to escape. What happened? The mosquito Taoist was also terrified. Although he wasn't ambushed, he was still a little panicked when he saw his companion in such a state. He was scared like a quail. This was a near-ancient saint who had comprehended the law of space, a mythical existence. Now, he was scared like an ordinary person. No matter how one looked at it, it was a strange thing. It had no idea what was going on. It's useless. This is the curse power of the cursed black coffin. Without the flames of the golden crow of hell, it's impossible to touch it. You'll all die. Xia Ping remained unmoved when he heard the screams. The power that came from the cursed black coffin was simply terrifying. It was as if it was the end of everything in darkness. If one were to come into contact with even a trace of it, they would definitely die. It was almost impossible to escape from it. He was not worried that the two saints had the means to get rid of the curse. Damn bitch, come out. Come out now. You have the guts to sneak attack us, but you don't have the guts to come out in the open? You dare to do such a thing to the insect race saints? You're dead. No one in the world can save you. No. The curse power is exploding. Stop immediately. Save me, mosquito Taoist, save us, save us. Ah, damned sneak attacker, we won't let you go. We won't let you go even if we become ghosts. Let us go this time. Don't kill us. We're near ancient saints with endless lifespans. There are still many things we haven't done and many blessings we haven't enjoyed. I still have to ascend to the invincible saint plane. Spare me. I'm willing to be your slave. I'm willing to be your servant. Spare my life. The Black Ant Taoist and the Locust Taoist kept struggling, screaming, cursing, and even begging for mercy. They hoped that the sneak attacker would spare their lives and remove the curse power. But no matter what they did, it was to no avail. The massive curse power had already seeped into every corner of their souls. The black liquid was like acid, rapidly dissolving every part of their souls. Even though they had countless clones, the souls of every clone were tainted with the curse power. It was like maggots attached to their bones. Whoosh, after a few breaths, the bodies and souls of the Black Ant Taoist and the Locust Monarch, who were originally awe-inspiring, tyrannical, ferocious, and incomparably murderous, had been completely destroyed. All of their clones had been completely destroyed and turned into ashes. And in this void, only their skeletons were left. It seemed like every bone had been corroded by the curse power, as if they had turned into new cursed objects. Seeing this scene, the insect race soldiers were scared half to death. Their hair stood on end, and they did not dare to approach the two black corpses of the Black Ant Taoist and the Locust Taoist. It seemed like if they got a little closer, they would be corroded by the curse power. Their lifespan would be plundered, and they would become new corpses. You must be joking. These are the famous Black Ant Taoist and the Locust Taoist, and they died just like that. He killed them with one move, as if he was crushing a bug. Seeing this, Cecil, who was in the tree world, was dumbfounded. He did not know what to do. He knew how cruel the Black Ant Taoist and the Locust Taoist were. Killing people like flies was not enough to describe their ferocity and viciousness. But even so, they had run amok in the universe for billions of years, and they had even comprehended the law of space. Every move they made had mythical power. However, such a powerful figure had been annihilated by Xia Ping with a single move. Moreover, his soul had been annihilated. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? No matter how rich his imagination was, he would not have thought of this. Lord Xia is really too strong. Cecil originally only had respect for Xia Ping, but at this moment he felt fear. If Xia Ping wanted to, he could kill him like he killed the Locust Taoist and the Black Ant Taoist. After all, his strength was only on par with the Black Ant Taoist. Facing the unfathomable Xia Ping, he had no confidence at all. Chapter 2243. Damn it, the despicable tree people actually have reinforcements. This is a trap. Seeing this, the Mosquito Taoist was so scared that he peed his pants. Two near ancient sages, True Lord Locust and Black Ant Taoist, who were no weaker than him, had been killed just like that. He reckoned that even if a middle-aged sage were to descend here, he might not be able to do this. Therefore, he immediately felt that the tree people had probably found an earth-shattering reinforcements whose cultivation had surpassed that of the middle-aged sage and might have reached the level of an ancient sage. Otherwise, True Lord Locust and Black Ant Taoist wouldn't have died so easily. Run, I have to run, or I'll definitely die. At this moment, the Mosquito Taoist no longer had any thoughts of breaking through the tree world. He felt that this was a huge trap for the insect race army, and the goal was to kill the insect race sages. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the Mosquito Taoist's figure flashed. He used the power of space, and his entire body turned into nothingness. He wanted to travel through thousands of spaces and leave this dangerous place. As for the insect race army, he didn't care. After all, they were just cannon fodder. It didn't matter how many died. His life was more important. Oh no, the Mosquito Taoist wants to run. Great Elder Cecil shouted. He saw the Mosquito Taoist's actions and knew that the Mosquito Taoist wanted to escape. If the Mosquito Taoist ran, it would bring great danger to them. After all, this was a near ancient sage. If he hated them, the tree people would be in danger at all times. They would be watched by a near ancient sage and they wouldn't feel safe. He might even return to the insect race's base camp and bring powerful reinforcements. No matter what, he wouldn't allow the Mosquito Taoist to leave just like that. Don't worry, he can't run away. Xia Ping had been keeping a close eye on Taoist Wen and knew his every move. He waved his hand and the two inferior saint artifacts, the mysterious Moon Demon Sealing Tablet and the Scarlet Sun Demon Sealing Tablet, flew out in an instant. They shuttled through the void and suppressed the surroundings. Rumble, immediately, with the Mystic Moon Demon Sealing Tombstone, the Crimson Sun Demon Sealing Tombstone, and the other stone steels as the center, a huge spatial cage was formed within a radius of tens of millions of light years. It permeated the void and sealed countless layers of space. The two low-grade saint artifacts, the Dark Moon Demon Sealing Tablet and the Scarlet Sun Demon Sealing Tablet, had been created to seal the abyssal demons. Although they were only low-grade saint artifacts, their ability to seal space was comparable to mid-grade saint artifacts. Therefore, it was not a problem at all for two inferior sacred artifacts to seal the movements of a sage who was near ancient times. Bang bang bang. Just as Xia Ping had expected, when Taoist tried to travel through countless spaces to leave this place. However, he was sealed by the Mystic Moon Demon Sealing Tombstone and the Crimson Sun Demon Sealing Tombstone. In the end, he crashed into a space barrier. Immediately, his head was full of bumps, and his eyes were filled with stars. Bursts of powerful spatial power and pressure came from the surrounding void, forming a huge spatial cage. No matter how it jumped up and down, it was unable to escape from this space cage. Go to hell, Wen Taoist. Seeing this, Great Elder Cecil knew that he had temporarily trapped Wen Taoist. He was overjoyed. His figure flickered, and he traveled through countless layers of space. When he arrived beside Wen Taoist, he slapped the air with his palm. This palm contained endless mysteries. The palm print was densely covered with marks, like the lines of the law, and it hid unfathomably strong power. As the palm slapped down, countless spaces were destroyed, and it reached the body directly. Cecil, you want to kill me? You're dreaming. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Wen Taoist was shocked and angry, and he became bold. Supreme Thirji, boundless blood sea. In an instant, he formed a seal with both hands, and the entire world underwent an earth-shattering change. In the depths of the void, an endless amount of blood gushed out from all directions. It was as if the entire world had turned into a filthy sea of blood in an instant. This blood sea seemed to contain the power of darkness, blood, slaughter, erosion, and so on. It seemed to have formed a huge and unique blood sea space, which completely enveloped Cecil. Such a space domain was so condensed that it was almost tangible. At the same time, it was also the most tyrannical technique of the sages in ancient times. Using the space domain to envelop the enemy would fall into the folded space, unable to escape or break through the layers of folded space. In such a space domain, the near-ancient sages were almost invincible. After all, ordinary enemies could not penetrate these hundreds of millions of space barriers, and they could only stare helplessly. Whoosh, this blood sea was boundless, and it enveloped everything. The endless blood seemed to condense into terrifying demons, which enveloped Cecil's palm in an instant. The power of this blood sea had a great restraining effect on Cecil, who was from the tree tribe. It had strong erosive power, curse power, and bloodthirsty power. All of a sudden, Cecil was in a huge crisis. However, at this time, Xia Ping made a move. When Daoist attacked Cecil with all his strength, a huge flaw appeared behind him, and he was completely defenseless. Reincarnation brush, break for me. Xia Ping did not waste any time. He took out his most powerful magic treasure, the reincarnation brush, and mobilized all the magic power in his body to attack Daoist. Swoosh, in an instant, a dark golden light blasted over, almost tearing the world apart. It was like the only ray of light in this dark universe, tearing the dark sky apart. It was the only dawn. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this attack was. The reincarnation brush itself contained the most powerful sharpness of the world, and even space could not stop it. It could easily cut the infinite space like tofu. Now that Xia Ping had advanced to the middle stage of the sages, the magic power in his body was even more terrifying than that of ordinary near-ancient sages. Now that he fully activated it, the power he could exert was more than 10 times stronger than before. This attack was simply earth-shattering, as if a mythical figure had descended into the mortal world. With a boom, this attack immediately shattered the entire Daoist's blood sea world. Hundreds of millions of space barriers were shattered like tofu, easily penetrated, and directly reached Daoist's body. Ah! With a shrill scream, Daoist's body was torn apart, and a bloody hole appeared. A large amount of blood flowed out, and indescribable pain surged from the depths of his body. This was a pain that he could never imagine in his life. Just one attack had taken half of his life. I surrender, please spare my life. Immediately, Daoist was so scared that he wet his pants. He no longer had the courage to resist. He could not withstand just one attack, and if there was another one, he would definitely die. He immediately knelt in the void, not daring to make any more resistance, indicating that he had surrendered and would not resist anymore. Swoosh! Xia Ping took a step forward, holding the reincarnation brush, and directly descended in front of Daoist like a god of the underworld. Chapter 2244. What? Impossible! The one who almost killed me was just an immortal sage. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? What a joke! When Taoist saw Xia Ping, he was greatly shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that the one in front of him was at least an ancient sage. He did not expect that the one who attacked him was just an immortal realm human. This was simply ridiculous. How could a sempiternal realm human be able to pummel the sages of near-ancient era like dogs? No one would believe such a thing. However, he sensed the powerful aura surging out of Xia Ping's body. Even though he was just in the immortal realm, the surging magic power was enough to shake the void and break all spatial barriers. Just with his magic power, he could tear apart all space. He was so powerful that it made people shudder. Usually, immortal sages could not have such powerful magic power. This was beyond his imagination. Lord Xia is too strong. Cecil couldn't find the words to describe his current emotions. He was already full of admiration for Xia Ping. That attack just now wasn't a cheap trick. He had relied on his own strength to forcefully beat a near-ancient saint into a half-crippled state. Such combat strength was enough to be listed as a mythical figure. It was already at a level that surpassed the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have been able to imagine such a thing. Do you really want to surrender, or do you want to die? Xia Ping looked down at Wen Daoist expressionlessly. Surrender. I really surrender. I don't want to die. Sensing the endless killing intent in Xia Ping's tone, Wen Daoist nodded repeatedly, indicating that he did not dare to resist and was willing to surrender as long as his life was spared. Very well. Release the defense of your soul and merge it with this talisman. Xia Ping grabbed with his hand and immediately condensed a soul seal. Immediately, the black talisman gave off a strange light. To be honest, Wen Daoist's strength was extraordinary. In terms of combat power, even Sophia, a near-ancient sage of the illusion race, was no match for Wen Daoist. It could be said that Wen Daoist's combat power was among the strongest among the near-ancient sages, and he had endless potential. If he could make Wen Daoist his servant, he would definitely gain a powerful combat power. He did not waste any time. He clapped his hand lightly and immediately sent the soul seal into the depths of Wen Daoist's soul. Then he was about to merge with Wen Daoist's soul. Mosquito Daoist's hair stood on end. He could feel the strangeness and horror of this soul seal. Although he didn't know what it was, as long as he let go of his soul's defense, he wouldn't be able to control his own life. To a sage, this was a great humiliation. However, when it saw Xia Ping's emotionless eyes, its heart sank. To be honest, it was a person who was extremely afraid of death. Otherwise, it would not have said such a disgraceful thing like surrender. If one were to compare their lives, a mere dignity was nothing. Thinking of this, it did not dare to make any obstructive movements. It immediately released its soul defenses and allowed the black soul imprint to enter the depths of its soul. Without Mosquito Daoist's obstruction, the soul seal easily integrated into Mosquito Daoist's soul and immediately formed a contract with Xia Ping's soul. Done. Xia Ping nodded. He sensed that the soul seal had completely fused with Wen Daoist's true spirit, and there was no distinction between them. With just a thought, he could kill Wen Daoist. After fusing with the soul seal, Mosquito Daoist immediately knew its situation. Its life and death would be controlled by this human, and it would not be able to escape for the rest of its life. However, because of the subtle influence of the soul seal, it subconsciously spread its influence all the time. It did not feel any disgust towards Xia Ping. Instead, it had a good impression of Xia Ping. It thought that the reason why such a thing happened was because the winner took it all. This was also the most basic law of the jungle in the universe. Master! Mosquito Daoist stood at the side and said to Xia Ping respectfully. What? Great Elder Cecil was dumbfounded. The word, "mast" completely shattered his worldview. He did not know what had happened just now. It seemed that after Sir Xia spoke to Mosquito Daoist immediately surrendered. It seemed that this fierce Mosquito Daoist was easily subdued. What kind of joke was this? It was easy to kill a near-ancient sage, but how difficult was it to make a near-ancient sage surrender? It was simply impossible. However, he could not believe his eyes when he saw that Mosquito Daoist was completely subdued like a loyal servant. This was too absurd. Due to the magical power of the tree people, he could also sense that Mosquito Daoist's surrender was voluntary and not fake. However, this was even more unbelievable. It was simply unimaginable. What kind of technique was this? For a moment, he had a great admiration for Xia Ping. Even though he was a near-ancient sage who had lived for countless years, he could not see through the current Xia Ping at all. Oh, and the Bug Clan army. Destroy them all. Xia Ping turned around and looked at the densely packed Bug Clan army in the distance. He waved his hand. Boom. In an instant, the world tree in the depths of his sea of consciousness descended. An endless power of the world shrouded thousands of light years. It seemed to have formed a world domain as if a world was projected down. A majestic, ancient, and towering tree appeared in front of everyone. It emitted a primordial, noble, and other aura. It was impossible to look at it directly with one's eyes. It was like a god, and it was blasphemous to look at it. Bush, bush, bush. As soon as the world tree appeared, it simply suppressed the universe. One after another, roots came from the depths of the void and blasted from all directions, pouncing toward the Bug Clan army. Strand after strand of world energy pervaded the air, crushing downwards. It was as if countless stars were falling, producing terrifying power. In an instant, the Bug Clan army, which had a number of trillions, was instantly crushed into a pile of meat paste. It was a bloody mess, turning into a sea of blood that spanned billions of kilometers. These bugs could not even resist for a second and immediately turned into meat paste. Whoosh! A terrifying devouring power was produced on the world tree. Countless roots deeply penetrated into the flesh and blood swamp, madly absorbing the essence of the flesh and blood to strengthen its body. In a few breaths, the Bug Clan army disappeared. All the flesh and blood essence was completely devoured by the world tree. Not a single drop was left. At the same time, its power was also increasing crazily. A large number of leaves and branches grew, and its torso seemed to have grown by thousands of kilometers. It was even more unfathomable. Chapter 2245. The world tree has become stronger. Xia Ping sensed the powerful aura emanating from the world tree. After devouring billions of insectoid soldiers' flesh and blood, it had provided him with a massive amount of flesh and blood essence energy. Although each insectoid soldier did not have a lot of flesh and blood energy, there were too many of them. When the number reached a certain level, there would be a qualitative change. This also sped up the growth of the world tree, making it more than twice as strong as before. It seems like every leaf contains a powerful spatial power. Xia Ping's eyes lit up. He realized that every leaf on the world tree had also undergone a qualitative change. It was as if they had devoured an endless amount of spatial energy and condensed powerful spatial laws. Vaguely, each leaf on the tree seemed to be an independent space, containing a huge amount of energy within. Legend had it that when the world tree was at its peak, every leaf was a world. From the looks of it now, this rumor might not be false. There was a possibility that it could be realized. In his eyes, the world tree seemed to be a boundless universe. Every leaf was an independent world, while the branches and roots were the spatial passageways that connected these worlds. The roots of the world tree seemed to be connected to countless dimensional worlds and the universe's origin. Xia Ping's soul had completely fused with the world tree's body. He also realized that the world tree's billions of roots were deeply rooted in the depths of the void. Each thick root was connected to a dimensional world. The fire dimension, water dimension, earth dimension, wood dimension, metal dimension, and so on. These elemental energies were like eternal power furnaces, providing endless energy to the world tree. The thick roots even seemed to be connected to the universe's origin. There seemed to be a huge dark vortex deep inside the world tree's trunk that was greedily absorbing the huge amount of origin energy. It could be said that the world tree was absorbing the universe's origin energy at every moment. It was more than 1,000 times stronger than the ancient saints. Every time it inhaled and exhaled, it would form a huge energy vortex. With a boom, Xia Ping's body trembled. His sea of consciousness trembled as if he had received endless laws and information from the world tree's trunk. In that instant, he discovered that the entire world had changed, and the endless mysteries of this world appeared before his eyes. This universe seemed endless. It contained countless distorted spaces, layers upon layers, and countless dimensional worlds. All the mysteries of space appeared before his eyes. He felt as if he had truly jumped out of this world at this moment. As a bystander, no, as a god, he had come into contact with the laws and information of this world from a higher dimension. The information of the Scorpion Law was also the origin of this universe. However, this was only a vague feeling. He didn't really understand it. Once he had thoroughly comprehended the law of space, he would step into the realm of the ancient saints. But now that he had this enlightenment, It would also bring great benefits to his future path of cultivation. This was equivalent to a huge breakthrough from 0 to 1. Looks like if I want the world tree to continue growing, I'll have to devour the corpses of some near ancient saints and plunder a large amount of the law of space from them. Only then can the world tree quickly grow. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He now understood some things about the world tree's evolution. It was simply a terrifying demonic tree that strengthened itself by plundering and devouring everything. It could plunder information of the law of space, the law of time, the law of creation, and so on. It kept taking them for itself and smelting them into one. If it could kill enough saints, it would be able to grow endlessly. The resources of the universe would provide it with nutrients for its continuous growth. Of course, he and the world tree were one. If the world tree grew, it would also feed these powers back to him. The two complemented each other. There seems to be a large amount of soul energy in the surroundings. Xia Ping looked around and sensed that a massive amount of soul energy filled the void. They were all left behind after the insectoid soldiers died. He immediately activated the devouring ability in his body. Crash! Immediately, the massive amount of soul energy that filled the starry sky formed a vortex and surged into the depths of his sea of consciousness. It was devoured by his soul and taken for his own. In an instant, he sensed that his soul energy was increasing at a terrifying speed. The range of his divine consciousness was also expanding, and expanding. Even the waves of his divine consciousness became even more hidden. It almost merged with the void and did not produce much soul waves. At the same time, the magic power in his body also increased rapidly and kept increasing. The annihilation of the insectoid army brought him and the world tree great benefits. At this moment, many tree ants in the world of trees also saw this scene. They saw Xia Ping summon the world tree with a wave of his hand and annihilate all the insectoid soldiers effortlessly. Oh my God, is this Lord Divine Master's power? It's so powerful. It's beyond imagination. As expected of our tree ant race's God. Although he's still in his infancy, his power is enough to shake the void. Yeah, he's basically a god in his infancy. It's really unimaginable. If Lord Divine Master continues to grow and reaches maturity, our tree ant race will definitely achieve glory again and become one of the top races in the universe. These insectoids actually want to annihilate our tree ant race. What a fool's dream. With Lord Divine Master here, we'll definitely be invincible and invincible. Many tree ant elders and soldiers were extremely excited, especially when they saw the projection of the world tree and felt the irresistible aura of origin. They could not wait to prostrate themselves. This was the true god of their tree ant race, the true origin of the tree ant race. It was as if as long as they stayed by the god's side, they would become stronger endlessly and no one could stop them. As expected of our master. He's so powerful. Sooner or later, he'll stand among the top experts in the universe. The mosquito Taoist at the side was filled with admiration. After being taken in as a slave by Xia Ping, she immediately became loyal and devoted. Even when she saw the insectoid army dying, she was still indifferent. To high-level insectoids like them, these insectoid soldiers were just cannon fodder. They could have as many as they wanted. Holy shit, what method did Lord Xia use to make the ferocious mosquito Taoist submit to him? And he's so obedient. Great Elder Cecil at the side had been monitoring the mosquito Taoist's every move. After all, the mosquito Taoist was a saint of the insectoid race and was ferocious. Even though Xia Ping said that he had subdued the mosquito Taoist, he was still extremely vigilant. He was afraid that the mosquito Taoist would go berserk. However, looking at the mosquito Taoist's expression, it did not seem like she had any intention of betraying him. This made him feel even more strange. At the same time, he was extremely impressed by Xia Ping's methods. Chapter 2246. Another day had passed. Xia Ping had finally digested all of the gains he had obtained from the insectoid tribe army. His transcendence energy and divine sense had also improved tremendously, reaching the pinnacle of sempiternal realm intermediate stage. He was just one step away from advancing to sempiternal realm advanced stage. At the same time, his understanding of the law of space had also improved. He could already touch the power of space and sense the omnipresent spatial barriers and dimensional worlds. Master, you've ended your seclusion. Seeing Xia Ping open his eyes, Taoist Wen immediately came forward respectfully. While Xia Ping was devouring and refining the soul energy of the insectoid army, he stood guard at the side to prevent any enemies from sneaking up on him. Yes, it's over. You've done well. Xia Ping nodded. Thank you for your compliment, Master. Taoist Wen was overjoyed. He felt that this was the highest reward. Lord Xia. At this moment, Great Elder Cecil's figure flashed, and he quickly flew over. He stopped in front of Xia Ping with a cautious attitude, which was many times more respectful than before. What is your Treant clan plan to do next? Xia Ping looked at Great Elder Cecil and asked. Naturally, we'll follow Lord Xia. Wherever Lord Xia goes, we'll follow. Cecil said without hesitation. Now that the Divine Master was with Xia Ping, they naturally had to follow him. The problem is, your place is the tree world. This is a world. How can you follow me? Xia Ping frowned, feeling that this matter was not easy to handle. After all, having a world following him everywhere was a very conspicuous thing no matter how one looked at it, and it was very inconvenient for him to do anything. Master, this is not a big problem. Before Cecil could say anything, the green ox flew out of the space of the mountain river Pearl. Oh, do you have a solution? Xia Ping asked. Of course. The green ox confidently expressed its opinion. We can completely fuse the tree world into the space of the mountain river Pearl. This way, Master will be able to bring the entire tree world with you, and the Treant clan can also live in the space of the mountain river Pearl. Moreover, if we fuse the tree world with the mountain river Pearl, which is a middle-grade sacred artifact, the mountain river Pearl's power will definitely be raised to the level of a high-grade sacred artifact. It even has the potential to be upgraded to a peerless sacred artifact. It sounded extremely excited. Merge the tree world with the space of the mountain river Pearl? Can it be done? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. The Azure Ox immediately said, that's definitely not a problem. Back then, when the old master, the mountain river saint, refined the pearl of mountains and rivers, he had considered this. He wanted to find a holy tree that contained a world in his body and completely fuse it with the pearl of mountains and rivers, causing it to instantly advance to a high-grade saint artifact. Its power would increase countless times. Unfortunately, such a holy tree was too rare and extremely powerful. Even with the old master's strength, it was impossible for him to find such a holy tree. As a result, it was set aside. But it's different now. Master, you've obtained this tree world, and you can definitely integrate it into the space of the pearl of mountain and river. This is like adding wings to a tiger, and you can't miss it. This is simply an eternal opportunity. It clenched its fists, so excited that it could hardly control itself. The problem is, this is the territory of the Treant tribe. I wonder if they are willing to merge with us? Xia Ping turned to look at Cecil. He was also very tempted by the Azure Ox's suggestion. This would definitely increase the power of the Pearl of Mountains and River. However, if the Treant tribe did not agree to this, then everything would be in vain. He did not want to force them against their will. After all, these Treant tribe were his loyal subordinates. Sir Xia, this is not a problem at all. Hearing this, Great Elder Cecil immediately said, I didn't expect Sir Xia to have a powerful spatial treasure that can merge with the tree world. This is simply a match made in heaven. In fact, this matter will also bring great benefits to the holy tree. Being able to merge with a middle-grade saint artifact will definitely greatly increase the power of the tree world. This is killing two birds with one stone, so there's no reason to reject it. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. Most importantly, after this matter succeeded, they would be completely tied to Xia Ping, and at the same time, they could also increase the power of the tree world. Moreover, it could be said that the Treant tribe was at their weakest now. They also needed to find a powerful backer to tide them over during this dangerous period. After all, Taoist Wen and the rest of the insectoid army were only a small part of the insectoid army. If the news of the annihilation of the insectoid army spread, it would definitely cause the wrath of the insectoid race. At that time, the Treant tribe would probably have to flee all over the universe. Well, in that case, there's no problem. Xia Ping nodded. Bush. After making the decision, all the Treants returned to the tree world. Xia Ping's figure flashed, and he immediately communicated with the void banyan tree. Heaven and earth are black and yellow, the universe is chaotic, and the universe is one. In the next second, Xia Ping waved his hand, and the pearl of mountains and river on his body immediately flew out. It continued to expand, turning into a huge planet. Then it completely enveloped the entire tree world, wrapping it from the inside out. Rumble, in an instant, the entire space of the pearl of mountains and river underwent an earth-shattering change. In the middle of this space, the void banyan tree immediately integrated into it, becoming a holy tree that supported this world. The void banyan tree had completely integrated into the pearl of mountains and river, and its thick roots deeply penetrated into every corner of the pearl of mountains and river. These roots also communicated with countless dimensional worlds, and even the origin of the universe. A huge amount of origin energy leaked from the depths of the roots, filling the entire space of the pearl of mountains and river with a huge amount of origin energy. At this moment, the void banyan tree stood in the center of the space of the pearl of mountains and river. Its leaves were lush, and its body exuded condensed origin energy. At the same time, it transmitted a huge amount of information of the world's laws, merging with the laws of the pearl of mountains and river, complementing each other. This, under Xia Ping's perception, he found that the pearl of mountains and river had undergone earth-shattering changes. After obtaining the huge amount of energy and tyrannical information of the void banyan tree, its aura was constantly rising, and rising. In the end, its power almost reached the limit. Boom! When this energy reached the limit, the pearl of mountains and river seemed to have broken through a certain bottleneck, smashing a certain void door, and received a huge upgrade. Impressively, it had evolved to the level of a high-grade sacred artifact. The power of its body, the various materials of its magic treasures, the various restrictive formations, and even the power of the laws had all increased more than 10 times than before. As a weapon spirit, the body of the green ox had almost condensed into a substance. It was as if it had its own flesh and blood, and its body exuded a tyrannical aura of life. Chapter 2247. He actually advanced. Xia Ping was immediately overjoyed. He could sense that the power of the bead of mountains and rivers was more than 10 times stronger than before. It could be said that the bead of mountains and rivers had obtained endless benefits after fusing with the tree realm. First of all, the area of the mountain-river bead space had been expanded. Not only did it contain the space of the mountain-river bead itself, but it also fused with the space of the tree world itself. In fact, the fusion of the two had even expanded the internal space of the mountain-river bead. His divine sense was immersed in the entire space of the pearl of mountain and river, and he was shocked to find that the diameter of the space of the pearl of mountain and river had already reached 100,000 light-years, with numerous boundless continents lying across this space. This was simply an unimaginable superworld. It was so vast that ordinary people couldn't even imagine it. The population that this space could accommodate was calculated in the trillions. If an ordinary cultivator didn't have a flying ship, he wouldn't be able to explore the end of the mountain-river pearl space even if he died. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the space of the pearl of mountain and river has also become much denser. Xia Ping also sensed that the internal space of the bead of mountains and rivers had not only expanded, but the density of the spiritual energy in the world was also more than 1,000 times stronger than before. The biggest reason was the virtual banyan. Its roots pierced deep into the depths of the void, extending to countless dimensional worlds and even communicating with the origin of the universe. It was currently crazily devouring the tremendous energy in the depths of the void. The energy emanating from the void banyan tree filled the entire space of the pearl of mountains and rivers. This also increased the density of the spiritual chi in this spatial world by thousands of times. It was equivalent to a paradise. When ordinary people cultivated in this place, their efficiency would increase countless times. Secondly, the fusion of the bead of mountains and rivers and the void banyan tree had also greatly tempered the quality of the bead of mountains and rivers. Every material had been greatly improved, becoming more tyrannical and hard. This also caused the spatial barrier of the bead of mountains and rivers, as well as the various laws of heaven and earth, to become stronger. In the past, sages could easily shatter the internal space of the bead of mountains and rivers and escape from it. The power of the law of space in the bead of mountains and rivers could not restrain them at all. However, it was different now. After becoming a high-quality saint artifact, the laws of space within the orb of mountains and rivers had become far more powerful and firm. If it used its full power, it could even restrain an ancient saint, preventing them from escaping. The interior of the bead of mountains and rivers was not a place where space could easily be torn apart. It's not as simple as becoming a high-quality saint artifact. It's already reached the peak of high-quality saint artifact. Xia Ping's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. He could sense that the countless restrictive formations and the laws of heaven and earth inside the pearl of mountains and rivers had been greatly strengthened. In particular, it had obtained a lot of law information from the void banyan tree, which helped it to undergo a huge transformation. It was just one step away from reaching the level of a peerless saint artifact and becoming an extremely powerful artifact in the universe. Only by reaching the level of a peerless sacred artifact could one be considered to have touched upon the pinnacle of the universe. However, even though it was just a single step away, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Countless high-quality saint artifacts had been stuck at this step, unable to break through. But now, the pearl of mountains and rivers had the potential to break through. It can't be. What kind of power is this? Could it be the power of the law of time? As Xia Ping continued to comprehend the newly born power of the bead of mountains and rivers, he suddenly discovered that the space of the bead of mountains and rivers actually contained many restrictive arrays related to time, as if a large number of laws of time had been engraved into it. This allowed the entire world of the mountain and river pearl to have a concept of time. It was even possible to control the flow of time within the mountain and river pearl. For example, it could stay in the space of the mountain and river pearl for a year, and only one day had passed in the outside world. If it was fully activated, it could even achieve that 1 hour would be equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. But there were huge limitations to this. First of all, there was the regional limitation. The range of the flow of time was only 100,000 square kilometers. Beyond this range, the time of other areas could not be affected. Perhaps when it was promoted to a peerless saint artifact, this range would be expanded, but for the time being, it was not possible. Secondly, if he wanted to affect the flow of time, he would need a huge amount of origin energy of the universe. Without enough energy support, even the bead of mountains and rivers could not achieve this. But even so, this was an extremely amazing ability. A saint artifact that could affect the law of time was an extremely rare existence in the entire universe. The benefits I gained this time are too great. Xia Ping was extremely excited. He felt that the power of the bead of mountains and rivers was too much, and it could help him a lot. This operation to subdue the tree clan was really not in vain. If the tree world had not fused with the bead of mountains and rivers, it would not have the current power of the bead of mountains and rivers. Master, I feel unprecedentedly powerful. Even when the old master was still alive, I was not this powerful. If there is a chance in the future, I might even be able to become a peerless saint artifact. The green ox was also very excited at this moment. Because of Xia Ping's help, it had a glimpse of an unprecedented realm. After being promoted to a high-grade saint artifact, it was originally just an illusory artifact spirit. But now, it actually had a physical body, and there were vague signs that it could transform into a real life. This was a supreme dream for all the artifact spirits of magic treasures. It was said that after becoming a peerless saint artifact, if it could go one step further and evolve into a divine artifact, It could transform into a living creature of the universe. It would have flesh and blood, and it would also have its own soul and will. Lord Xia, our tree clan has more or less settled down. At this time, Great Elder Cecil also flew to Xia Ping's side. He said that all the tree clan had been arranged to stay beside the virtual banyan tree. With the virtual banyan tree as the center, cities were built for the tree clan to live in. He immediately felt relieved. Now that the virtual banyan tree had recovered and was slowly recovering, the threat of the insectoids had also been eliminated. Now was the time for the tree clan to rest in peace. Very well, then you can go and rest for the time being. You still have some injuries on your body, right? Xia Ping could see at a glance that Great Elder Cecil was seriously injured. Because he had been seriously injured by the insectoid saints several times in order to protect the tree world, it would not be easy for him to recover. Thank you for your concern, Lord Xia. This is just a small injury, and it will only take a while for me to recover. But it is indeed inappropriate to continue to delay, so I will take my leave now. Great Elder Cecil nodded and bid farewell to Xia Ping. His figure flashed and immediately returned to the side of the virtual banyan tree to recuperate. He could also speed up his recovery by staying beside the virtual banyan tree. Master, what should we do next? The green ox wanted to ask Xia Ping about his next plan. Let's go back to the Holy Land of Taichu first. We've been out for so long, it's time to go back. Xia Ping said. Chapter 2248. A few days later, at the Holy Land of Taichu in the Central Universe. Xia Ping took the stars and quickly returned to the Holy Land of Taichu, where he originally lived in Green Jade City. However, as soon as he returned to Green Jade City, he sensed that the entire city seemed to be filled with a lively atmosphere. Many outer disciples seemed to be extremely excited. Brother Xia, you're finally back. I thought you weren't going to participate in the grand tournament of sacred lands? At this moment, someone saw Xia Ping and walked towards him. It was Wei Liangxing from the Lingyun sect. Beside him were Yin Shiheng, Kong Cheng, and the rest who had entered the Holy Land of Taichu at the same time. Grand Tournament of Sacred Lands? What's that? Xia Ping asked curiously. Brother Xia, don't you know? Wei Liangxing said in surprise. Tomorrow will be the Grand Tournament of Sacred Lands jointly organized by the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness. It's held once every 10 years, and both outer and inner disciples can choose to participate. If anyone can get a good ranking, they will immediately receive a huge reward from the Holy Land. They might even be recognized by a powerful saint and be accepted as a disciple. This is a grand event that happens once every 10 years in the Holy Land of the human race. Grand Tournament of Sacred Lands? How are they going to compete? Is it going to be a one-on-one battle? Xia Ping was not interested in this. If he was still in the Thunder Tribulation state, he might be interested. However, he had already become an immortal sage and was an extraordinary existence. If he were to participate in such a grand tournament, he would be bullying others. That's not the case. Wei Liangxing shook his head and explained, the Grand Tournament of Sacred Lands this time is about challenging the Demon Subduing Pagoda. There are a total of 100 levels in the Demon Subduing Pagoda, where a large number of ferocious demons, primordial remnants, heavenly demons, and abyssal demons are imprisoned. They are imprisoned in different spaces according to their strength. It can be said that the higher the level of the space in the Demon Subduing Pagoda, the more powerful the demons imprisoned. It's said that the invincible sage is imprisoned at the highest level of the Demon Subduing Pagoda. Our mission is to challenge the Demon Subduing Pagoda. The higher the level, the more demons and ghosts we kill, the more points we'll obtain. Then, we'll determine who will be the champion of the Grand Tournament of Sacred Lands according to our ranking. However, in terms of strength, even a pinnacle Lightning Tribulation Realm powerhouse would be quite impressive if they could make it to the 9th floor of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. To make it to the 10th floor, one would need to be at least at the Sempiternal Realm. He indicated that the main purpose of the Grand Tournament of St. Lands was to challenge the Demon Suppressing Pagoda. This was actually beneficial to the Yao Ceiling Pagoda as well. The flesh, blood, essence, and souls of all the demons and ghosts that died in the Yao Ceiling Pagoda would be absorbed by the Yao Ceiling Pagoda, becoming a part of its power. Periodically clearing out a batch of demons was also a way to free up space for the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. Moreover, these monsters were extremely ferocious and evil. They could also be regarded as well-known experts in the universe. With their strength, they could also test the strength of the disciples of the human race's holy land to the greatest extent. There was no need to worry about the safety of these disciples. If there was any danger, the Yao Ceiling Pagoda would teleport them out in time. Hence, the grand tournament of Saint Lands this time around had attracted the attention of countless disciples from the Saint Lands. There was no danger to their lives, and if they were to succeed, they could even obtain a huge reward. Which disciple from the Saint Lands would not be tempted? I haven't been able to contact you previously. I thought you weren't planning to participate in the grand tournament of Saint Lands. I didn't expect you to come back the day before the grand tournament. What a coincidence. Wei Liangxing laughed. If we can make a name for ourselves in the grand tournament of Saint Lands, we will definitely be valued by the higher-ups of the human race. From there, we will be able to obtain endless resources and soar to the sky. He expressed that if they were to be ranked in the top 100 in the grand tournament of Saint Lands, it would be a matter of time before they could advance to the sempiternal realm. After all, they were already considered as geniuses who were able to enter the holy land of Taichu or the Palace of Darkness. If they were to be ranked in the top 100 among these geniuses, it would be incredible. That's right. The grand tournament of Saint Lands this time around is the time for us to make a name for ourselves. If we can defeat some of the inner disciples, we can even immediately get rid of our outer disciple status and become inner disciples. Our treatment will be greatly improved. This is a huge opportunity. If we miss this opportunity, we won't get another one. We must make a name for ourselves in this grand tournament. If we are able to gain the recognition of the patriarchs of the human race, we might even be accepted as their disciples. By then we will be rich. It will be like reaching the sky in a single bound. Yin Shiheng, Kong Cheng and the rest clenched their fists tightly. Their eyes were filled with enthusiasm and confidence. To them, fame meant benefits. It meant that they would be valued by the higher-ups of the human race and would be able to obtain endless resources. In the sacred lands of the human race, there was no such thing as hiding one's strength and biding one's time. If one had the strength and talent, one should display it. Otherwise, if one fell behind, one would always fall behind. Moreover, there was no need to worry about others being jealous of one's talent. This was the highest palace of the human race, the place where countless sages resided. They had lived for countless years and had seen all kinds of demon-like talents and geniuses. In reality, the patriarchs of the human race were some of the most demon-like talents. Hearing this, Xia Ping was speechless. He was already an immortal sage and had an eternal lifespan. How could he compete with these juniors and make a name for himself? There was no need for him to do such a thing. It was like a billionaire participating in an entrepreneur competition. Wasn't that a joke? That was the end of their dreams. Now, it was just the beginning of their dreams. Just as he was about to say something, a group of people suddenly came from afar. They were all inner sect disciples from the holy land of Taichu. Xia Ping glanced at them and had a strange look on his face. These inner sect disciples had been bullied by him before. They had even been extorted of a large number of points, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Greetings, senior brother. When Yin Shiheng, Kong Cheng and the rest saw these people, they immediately became serious and greeted them respectfully. This was because these people were all inner sect disciples of the holy land of Taichu. They had joined the holy land of Taichu much earlier than them. All of them had reached the peak of the Thunder Calamity realm and were extremely powerful. In the outside world, they were the mighty existences of the human race. They were second only to the sages and were powerful enough to suppress an entire region. Xia Ping, you finally appeared. I've been waiting for you in Green Jade City for so long. I thought you didn't dare to participate in the grand tournament of sacred lands and wanted to run away with your tail between your legs. These inner court disciples arrived by Xia Ping's side in unison, and all of them glared fiercely at Xia Ping while gnashing their teeth. Obviously, they hated Xia Ping's actions from before to the extreme, and their resentment was extremely deep, and they wished for nothing more than to immediately take revenge. Chapter 2249. Xia Ping, to tell you the truth, don't think that you can defeat us. That's right. In order to deal with your illusions, we have been practicing all kinds of mental sealing techniques, which are enough to resist all kinds of illusions. You won't be as lucky as before. In this grand tournament of Holy Lands, we want to tell you one thing. There are many experts in the Holy Land of Taichu. It's not a place where a junior like you can be arrogant and domineering. A senior brother is a senior brother. A disciple who has just joined the sect can't compare to him. Many of the inner disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu gritted their teeth. They still remembered how they lost to Xia Ping in the previous battle. It was a painful lesson that made them the laughingstock of many disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu. It could be said that Xia Ping's reputation had been built on their heads. They had all become Xia Ping's stepping stones to fame, becoming his background. To be honest, they were considered peerless geniuses among the major clans and even the entire human race. They were proud and arrogant, so how could they bear such humiliation? They were considered extremely tolerant to be able to endure for such a long time before challenging Yi Futian. Of course, this also had something to do with their fear of Xia Ping's illusions. If they could not withstand the illusions, they would only become a laughing stock. However, during this period of time, they had studied many of Xia Ping's illusions and worked hard. In addition, they had prepared many secret treasures that could resist illusions. Therefore, they thought that they no longer needed to worry about this kid's illusions. They could completely beat him to the ground and wash away the endless humiliation caused by the last time. Senior brothers, why are you so angry? What happened last time was just a beautiful misunderstanding. Xia Ping said calmly, the most important thing is that I'm still young and insensible. That's why I offended so many senior brothers. If there's anything wrong, I can apologize to all of you. I hope you can forgive me. If there's really no other way, I can also withdraw from this grand tournament of Holy Lands. He felt that after advancing to the immortal realm, he had become much more open-minded. Ordinary attitudes and words could not stir up any waves in his heart. The way he looked at these disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu had changed a lot. He felt that these people were all little kids and he was an adult. Why should he care about these little kids? What? Hearing these words, not only the inner disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu, but also Wei Liangxing and the others who were more familiar with Xia Ping's character were a little confused. They did not expect Xia Ping to say such a thing. He remembered how arrogant Xia Ping was when he first entered the Holy Land of Taichu. The words arrogant and arrogant were not enough to describe his domineering attitude. At that time, this bastard didn't take anyone seriously at all. He shouted that everyone present was trash, and he was arrogant enough to break into the territory of the inner disciples, bully them, and extort points. At that time, they were bullied miserably, beaten up to the point that their heads were full of bruises, and all the points they had were swindled clean. They suffered heavy losses, and none of them could forget Xia Ping's arrogance at that time. However, what happened now? He actually apologized to them, saying that he was still young and immature, and hoped that everyone would forgive him. He even wanted to withdraw from the grand tournament of St. Lands. Was this something that Xia Ping would say? Although there was a saying that a dog could not change its spots, they also believed that it was easy to change a leopard's spots. It had only been about a year or so. How could this kid change his arrogant character and become humble so easily? That's right, this kid must be afraid. He knew that all of them had cultivated the spirit sealing technique and carried many secret treasures that could resist illusions. This was equivalent to destroying this kid's strongest trump card. Without the illusions, what else could this guy be so arrogant about? He knew that he did not have the strength to defeat the inner disciples, so he began to admit defeat. He was afraid that he would lose face and the illustrious reputation that he had painstakingly built up. Fuck, I knew that this kid was vicious and cunning. Every step he took was carefully calculated, and he would never act rashly. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Seeing that the situation was not good, he retreated and showed the enemy that he was weak. This was a very clever strategy. Many of the inner disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu suddenly realized what Xia Ping was thinking. However, how could they allow such a thing to happen? How could they allow this kid to be a coward? They clearly remembered how this brat had forced them to fight, how he had put them on the spot, how he had made them lose face, and how he had made them a laughingstock. Now that this kid was at a disadvantage and they had the upper hand, he wanted to avoid the fight. How could there be such a good thing in this world? It was simply wishful thinking. Xia Ping cut the crap. Even if you don't want to participate in this grand tournament of sacred lands, you have to participate. That's right. Remember how arrogant you were last time? You used illusions to bully people just because you had a stronger mental strength. Now, you still want to retreat in the face of our challenge. There's no way you can do that. That's right. You can't escape from this battle. As a disciple of the Holy Land of Taichu, you're actually so afraid of fighting. Are you trying to embarrass the Holy Land of Taichu? Many of the inner disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu scolded and tried to provoke Xia Ping. Senior brothers, I'm not afraid of fighting. It's just that this grand tournament of sacred lands is only about challenging the demon-subduing tower. I don't need to fight with senior brothers. How can I compare who is better? Xia Ping spread out his hands. Why can't we compare? The score of challenging the demon-subduing tower and the ranking will determine who is better. That's right. The score of the demon-subduing tower can explain everything. There's never any falsehood. The number of floors you can enter represents how strong you are. It's the fairest way. Cut the crap. This time, we'll compete with you to see who has a higher score. Many of the disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu gritted their teeth. Senior brother, since you've said it like this, I'll be honest. Xia Ping said honestly, it's not that I don't want to compete with you. It's just that I'm so strong that even I'm afraid of myself. Competing with you is bullying you. Why do you have to ask for trouble? He felt that since he had said it like this, they should be able to understand his good intentions and stop pestering him. Shut up, bitch. Ask for trouble? Who are you saying is asking for trouble? Fuck, who said that this kid has changed? He's even more arrogant now. Competing with us is bullying us? Who do you think you are? You're so arrogant. However, hearing these words, the inner disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu were all enraged. They became even more furious. They felt that this bastard had not changed at all. This was no longer as simple as being arrogant. It was already boundlessly arrogant. Chapter 2250. Senior brothers, don't be too aggressive. Honest people also have a temper. Do you really want to compete with me? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows and looked at the inner disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu. Bullshit. The group of inner disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu wanted to spit on this kid's face. This guy was really thick-skinned. If he was an honest person, then there was no honest person in the world. Junior brother Xia, it's not that we're being overbearing, it's that you're going too far. Last time, you slapped so many of our faces, leaving us with no way out of this embarrassing situation. We've become the laughingstock of the masses. If you don't give us a chance to redeem ourselves, it'll be inexcusable. Is there such a logic in the world that only you are allowed to challenge us and not us? An inner disciple sneered. Well, what you said is not unreasonable. After thinking for a while, Xia Ping nodded his head. Since all of you have such a strong request, I can give you a chance. Let's have a competition during the grand tournament of Saint Lands. If any of you has a higher score than me, you'll win. If not, I'll lose. I don't think I'm bullying you. He openly stated his request. What? Hearing this, the group of disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu became even angrier. How much did this bastard want to look down on them? If only one of them had a higher score than this kid, then it would be considered as a win. This was clearly saying that he wanted to challenge all of them alone. This was too arrogant. But they still endured it and sneered in their hearts, because this was too advantageous for them. Junior brother Xia, if you lose, then do you want to lose something? A disciple of the Holy Land of Taichu asked. What's wrong? Do you want to bet with me on points? That's not very good. I'm actually not a gambler. Sometimes there's no need to bet so much, Xia Ping said carelessly. Many disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu looked at Xia Ping with contempt, bragging, and saying that he was not a gambler. Last time, it was you who gambled the most and made them lose millions of points. Now you're saying that I'm not a gambler. Don't be so shameless. Ha, you dared to bet last time, but not this time. Don't tell me you don't have the confidence to win. It's not impossible for you to surrender now. That's right. As long as you return double the points we lost last time, we can pretend that this never happened. What do you think? The group of people sneered. Well, since you want to lose, then I can fulfill your wish. Since someone is giving me points, I have no reason not to accept it. Xia Ping spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. All right, junior brother Xia, you have guts. How about this? I'll bet 10,000 points with you. That's right, I'll also bet 10,000 with you. Let's see if you dare to accept. I'm also betting 10,000 points, 30,000 points. I'll fight you to the death. I don't believe you're really that awesome. I'm going all out. I'm going to go bankrupt and bet 100,000 points. The inner disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu made up their minds. This time, they had to pay back all the losses they had suffered last time. All of them gambled with all their points. They did not believe that this kid would win this time. Moreover, they were a group of people against one. Could it be that not one of them could win against him? It was impossible for this to happen. For a time, 20 or 30 inner disciples all bet at least 500,000 points with Xia Ping. Wei Liangsheng and the others were shocked to see this scene. They did not expect these people to bet so much. No problem, I'll take it all. Anyway, I don't have much now, but I have a lot of points. I don't know how to spend them, Xia Ping said carelessly. So angry. The group of inner disciples gritted their teeth and were almost furious. Because all the points this kid had were lost by them, and now he dared to provoke them here. It was really abominable. Such a big bet. I want to join in. I wonder if it's okay? At this time, dozens of people flew over from the distance and suddenly arrived in front of Xia Ping and the others. They exuded a terrible evil spirit and demonic aura, as if they were demons coming out of the Shuraba. Wei Liangsheng and the others were simply like chickens in front of this group of people, like rookies who had just come out. These people were stained with blood and killed people like flies. It was very terrifying. The one who spoke was a young man in black. He was handsome and feminine, like a gentleman. Palace of Darkness. Wei Liangsheng and the others' pupils shrank. They immediately recognized this group of people as disciples from the Palace of Darkness. In fact, in order to participate in this grand tournament of Saint Lands, the disciples of the Palace of Darkness had actually arrived in the Holy Land of Taichu in advance. They lived in various cities in the Holy Land of Taichu, waiting for the grand tournament of Saint Lands to begin. After all, the demon-subduing pagoda was controlled by the Holy Land of Taichu. You are Che Guangliang from the Palace of Darkness. An inner disciple from the Holy Land of Taichu immediately recognized the person who just spoke. Many of the inner disciples were shocked because this person was a famous supreme talent from the Palace of Darkness. He was strong enough to be ranked in the top 3 of the inner disciples of the Palace of Darkness. Not only Che Guangliang, but even Sun Jiexing is here. An inner disciple stared at a tall man behind Che Guangliang. This Sun Jiexing was also ranked in the top 3 of the Palace of Darkness, and was known as the supreme talent most likely to become an immortal saint. Both of them were disciples from sage families in the Central Universe. Che Guangliang, you are a little too arrogant. Are you trying to bully my junior brother in the territory of the Holy Land of Taichu? You are looking down on me, Zhang Ruishuan. At this time, another voice sounded. Suddenly, the void twisted, and a young man in white walked out of the void. Wei Liangsheng and the others were shocked. This person was called Zhang Ruishuan, also ranked in the top 3 of the inner disciples. People called him the eldest senior brother of the inner disciples. He was already half a step into the immortal realm. It was said that he temporarily stopped at the peak of the lightning tribulation because he did not have enough accumulation. When the time was right, he would immediately pass the lightning tribulation and become an immortal realm. It was said that Zhang Ruishuan's true strength could even fight with an immortal saint and escape unscathed. I didn't expect Green Jade City to be so lively. How can I, Huang Yong, not participate in such a lively event? At this time, another young man in yellow walked out. He was carrying a giant axe in his hand. He had the back of a bear and the waist of a bear. His whole body was like a mountain, unfathomable. As he walked, the earth seemed to tremble, as if he was communicating with the power of the earth. This person was called Huang Yong, also a supreme expert among the inner disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu. His strength was no less than Zhang Ruishuan's. He was a battle maniac and incomparably brave. It was said that he had not yet reached the immortal realm, but he already had a half-immortal body. As long as he was still breathing, he could constantly replenish his blood, and could be said to be an existence that could not be killed. Chapter 2251. Oh my God, I didn't expect our first senior brother Zhang Ruishuan and Huang Yong to be here. They are real peerless geniuses. It is said that they have already been accepted as disciples by the patriarch of the human clan. They have infinite potential. Wei Liangxing was shocked. Who are Che Guangliang and Sun Jiexing from the Palace of Darkness? They don't seem to be afraid of senior brother Zhang and senior brother Huang at all, someone asked. He was not very familiar with the people from the Palace of Darkness. Of course not. They are peerless geniuses no less than senior brother Zhang. Wei Liangxing knew a lot about the Palace of Darkness and the Palace of Taichu. He said in a low voice, "First of all, Che Guangliang is a natural son of space. He has a void body and a strong perception of space. It is said that he has formed 3,000 void doppelgangers, each of which has 80% of his strength. His combat strength is unparalleled. Damn, 3,000 void doppelgangers, each with 80% of his strength. Who can beat him? Doesn't that mean that he can fight 3,000 void doppelgangers? That's crazy." The group of people was dumbfounded. Moreover, these were just doppelgangers, which meant that Che Guangliang's life-saving ability was extremely strong. As long as one of his doppelgangers was not killed, he could easily escape. Of course he is. Otherwise, why would he be called a peerless genius and ranked in the top 3 of the Palace of Darkness? Wei Liangxing said matter-of-factly, but Sun Jiexing from the Palace of Darkness is not inferior to him. It is said that he also has a special characteristic. His primordial spirit is starlight body. He is a natural son of stars and has mastered the powerful power of the stars. It is said that when he breathes, he can summon billions of stars, each of which contains terrifying lethality. He's like a walking star. He is already half a step to the sempiternal realm. The reason why he hasn't broken through is that he wants to accumulate more power and make a breakthrough. That way, when he breaks through to the sempiternal realm, he will receive more rewards from the origin of the universe. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and speechless. These were all peerless geniuses. For them, breaking through to the sempiternal realm was not difficult at all. The reason why they hadn't broken through yet was that they wanted to accumulate more power, so that when they opened the origin of the universe, they would be able to obtain more origin and nomological laws as a reward. Only then would they be able to peer into the higher realms of sages and improve even faster. In truth, there were also some monstrous geniuses in the hallowed grounds who were extremely ambitious. They didn't want to stop at the sempiternal realm. They wanted to peer into the higher realms of the sage realm. As such, it was even more important for them to accumulate their strength now. Of course, eldest apprentice brother Zhang Ruishuan isn't any weaker than them. He has the 7 apertures exquisite body and is born with all meridians opened. His comprehension and soul force are more than 100 times that of ordinary people. His battle prowess is extraordinary, and the more he fights, the stronger he gets. His comprehension is unparalleled, and he can learn anything with a single glance. Wei Liangxing sighed with emotion and envy. The group of disciples from the Holy Land of Taichu was a little depressed when they heard this. Compared to such a peerless genius, they were useless. Zhang Ruishuan, Huang Yong, I didn't expect you two to come as well. Che Guangliang raised his eyebrows and said lightly, don't be nervous. I'm just here to see a young peerless genius. He's not from the Central Universe. He just joined the Holy Land of Taichu, but he already beat you, the inner disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu. I don't know if this junior apprentice brother's strength is extraordinary, or if the Holy Land of Taichu hasn't been strict in the selection of talents these years, and some useless people have come in through the back door. He just wanted to see this legendary genius out of curiosity because he had heard of Xia Ping's reputation. Of course, more importantly, this person was the disciple of Dark North Saint, who had just advanced to the invincible sage realm. Such an identity was enough to make everyone attach great importance to him. No one could ignore a disciple at the level of a human ancestral patriarch. Therefore, he wanted to see if this kid had 3 heads and 6 arms. The other disciples of the Palace of Darkness also had the same idea. Hearing these words, the group of inner disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu glared at Che Guangliang angrily. Such words were clearly humiliating them. Che Guangliang, it's not up to you to tell us whether the disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu are fake or not. If you're not convinced, come and fight me. Huang Yong clenched his fists. Forget it, you have half an immortal body, only a fool would want to fight you. Even if we fight for a year, we still wouldn't be able to determine the victor. Just forget it. Che Guangliang waved his hand. This time, I only came to see junior brother Xia. Huang Yong's combat strength was not among the best, but the problem was that he had a lot of HP and could heal. It was impossible to decide the winner in a short time if he fought with this kid. Instead, he would tire himself out. He didn't want to fight with such a brute. It was completely meaningless. Why did you come to see me? Although I'm handsome, rich, gentle, kind, brave, and have many good qualities, I don't like men. Just give up. Xia Ping said contemptuously. Hearing this, the corner of Che Guangliang's mouth twitched. There's another good quality that you missed. You're also very thick-skinned. But I'm not here to argue with you. I heard that your illusions are unparalleled in the world. When you were only at the peak of the Dharma realm, you could defeat a bunch of inner disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu. Now that you've advanced to the Thunder Retribution state, I'm afraid you're even stronger. He looked at Xia Ping with fiery eyes. In order to fight with more strong masters, accumulate experience, and improve his martial arts foundation, he often challenged famous masters. However, he had never seen a top illusionist like Xia Ping, who was also an extremely rare existence. That was how terrifying an illusionist was. As long as he could block it, he would be fine. If he couldn't, he would die. Huang Yong was also very afraid of Xia Ping's ability, because meat shields like him hated illusionists the most. One look from Xia Ping and he would pass out. No matter how strong his body was, it was useless. It could be said that Xia Ping's ability was the nemesis of meat shields like him. It's not that I'm very strong. Even in the entire Holy Land of Taichu and Palace of Darkness, I can't find a match for me. Xia Ping sighed. Hearing this, Huang Yong, Che Guangliang, and even Zhang Ruishuan and Sun Jiesheng could not help but twitch their mouths. They already knew that this kid was extremely arrogant, but they did not expect him to be so arrogant and domineering in front of peerless geniuses like them. That's not bad. Che Guangliang narrowed his eyes. Let me participate in the grand tournament of sacred lands this time. Let's see whose ranking is the highest. Let's bet on who's stronger. If my ranking is lower than yours, I'll consider it my loss. I can bet 1 million points with you. What? As soon as he said this, the surrounding people were shocked. Even if Che Guangliang was a peerless genius who had completed countless tasks and obtained a large number of points, 1 million points was probably all he had. Now, he actually wanted to bet with Xia Ping. What kind of courage was this? This also proved that Che Guangliang was confident that he would definitely win, which was why he dared to bet with Xia Ping. Chapter 2252. All right. Hearing this, Xia Ping touched his chin and said, Since you want to give me points, I have no reason not to agree. He felt very helpless. He had already tried to dissuade him, but the other party still came forward to give him points. He even wanted to gamble with all his fortune. There was no reason for him to reject someone who wanted to give him money. Interesting. Even Che Guangliang wants to gamble. Let me take part in this gamble. I don't have many points, but I can still afford 1,000,000 points. Sun Jiexing from the Palace of Darkness also wanted to take the opportunity to earn some points. After all, 1,000,000 points could be exchanged for a large number of rare treasures in the Palace of Darkness, which was more than enough for him to advance to the sempiternal realm. Even after advancing to the sempiternal realm, he would still need a large number of points to exchange for various treasures to improve his cultivation. These points would be of great use at any time. They were almost the same as universe coins. No problem at all. I'll bet whatever comes my way. I don't have a lot of things on me, but I have a lot of points. I have no idea how to spend these points. Xia Ping said carelessly. The mouths of the disciples from the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness twitched. They all wanted to punch him. They had never seen such an arrogant bastard. So what if he had money? He even said that he didn't know how to spend his points. Why didn't he give them to them? Since junior brother Xia is so confident, I'll bet with you too. As the eldest senior brother of the inner sect of the Holy Land of Taichu, I'm not a weakling. Zhang Ruishuan was also a little angry at Xia Ping's arrogant behavior. He wanted to teach this new disciple a lesson and earn some points at the same time. Why not? I, Huang Yong, will also bet 1,000,000 points with you. I don't believe that you're so powerful that you can do whatever you want in this grand tournament of St. Lands. Huang Yong clenched his fists and his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He had never been afraid of anyone in a fight. The other disciples of the Palace of Darkness also clamored and expressed their willingness to join in the gamble to make a fortune. Xia Ping naturally would not refuse such an offer of money. He agreed and signed the contract of the Holy Land with these people. This way, no one could violate the contract, or else they would be expelled from the Holy Land of the human race. After careful calculation, the gambling points this time had already reached 6.5 million. This was a shocking amount of wealth. Even if an undying saint painstakingly accumulated it for millions of years, it wouldn't be more than this. Once he won this bet, Xia Ping would definitely become rich, and he would be able to exchange it for countless treasures. After plundering the illusory race's treasury, he had a frightening amount of treasures on him. He didn't mind having a little more, but who would complain about having too many treasures? Interesting. Junior brother Xia, you are indeed brave. Let's meet again tomorrow and see who is the champion of the grand tournament of St. Lands. Huang Yong clenched his fists tightly as his battle intent surged. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Zhang Ruishuan and the others also took a deep look at Xia Ping before leaving. They had already achieved their goal in coming here, so there was no need for them to stay in this place. Xia Ping also smiled slightly. He was very interested. He estimated that after this matter was over, he would not only get millions of points, but also a large number of hatred crystals. The hatred crystal on him was not far from 1,000. If this matter was over, he would definitely be able to break through 1,000 hatred crystals. At that time, he would have a system gift pack. He didn't know what kind of treasure the gift bag would give him. The news that Xia Ping had signed a bet with many inner disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness, and that he had accumulated 6.5 million points had spread throughout the Holy Land of Taichu, and all the disciples knew about it. Even many sages of the Holy Land of Taichu had heard about this matter. After all, each of these genius disciples had infinite potential, and many of them had the chance to advance to the sage realm. Such a bet would naturally attract the attention of countless people. Damn, how long has Xia Ping been in peace? It hasn't even been a day since he came back to the Holy Land of Taichu, and he has already made such big news. It's really scary. Isn't it? Although this kid's aptitude is indeed terrifying, and he is a rare master of illusion in the universe, and his soul power is extremely powerful, Zhang Ruishuan, Huang Yong, and the others are all peerless geniuses, and they are only born once in 1,000,000,000 years. Which one of them would lose to him? Not to mention that their cultivation has reached the peak of the Thunder Tribulation, and they have been cultivating for many times longer than Xiaoping. Their achievements and experiences are not comparable to Xiaoping's. How dare he accept this bet? He's really crazy. I guess Xiaoping has tasted the sweetness of the previous bet, and he has won 1,000,000 points, which made him think that the strength of the disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu is just so. That's why he dared to agree to such a bet. In his eyes, this bet might be a big win. Are you kidding me? Huang Yong and the others are far more powerful than ordinary inner disciples. They can advance to the immortal realm at any time, and now they are only suppressing their breakthrough speed in order to advance further. It can be said that even if they are not immortal sages now, they are not far from it. They are not on the same level as other inner disciples. This Xiaoping is still too arrogant. Ever since he was a child, everything has been smooth sailing for him. He has never been defeated, and he has developed an invincible momentum. It's a pity that the universe is very big, and there are countless capable people. I'm afraid he will lose this time. If he loses, he'll lose 6.5 million points. Can he afford to lose that? Indeed, even with the previous millions of points, it is far from enough. He has signed a contract. Even if he can't afford to lose, he has to pay the debt. Even if he can't afford it now, he can slowly repay the debt in the future. If he really loses, I'm afraid this kid will work for tens of thousands of years to repay the debt. It is said that he also has a lot of treasures, sacred medicines, and even sacred instruments. If he sells them, he can also get a lot of points. But this time, I guess he will really go bankrupt. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder who will be the champion of the Palace of Darkness and the Holy Land of Taichu this time. Many disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu were talking about it. They were all not optimistic about Xiaoping. After all, Huang Yong and the others had been famous for at least 1,000 years. They had made outstanding achievements, which were enough to amaze countless talents so far. Xiaoping, on the other hand, was just a little guy who had entered the Holy Land of Taichu for a year. They also thought that Xiaoping was indeed a great peerless genius, but he was still too young and did not have enough experience. Maybe he would be comparable to Huang Yong and the others in a few hundred years, but now he was not qualified. It could be said that the two sides were not geniuses of the same era, so such a comparison was very unfair. But even so, a bet was a bet, and a bet was a bet. Since it was signed, there was no reason to go back on it. This kind of thing did not matter one's age. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.